So
Well, that doesn't do anything with the money. There's the time to wear these and because you probably, I mean, when I had.
right on the table.
I was supposed to work time to wear them because I found it late. And I said, hey, you know, because I was everything.
You better call, because that's a lot of songs. It's very, when people get in the field, it's a big surprise.
I mean, I don't know.
But when you've been, it's so good stuff, you go outside.
Over here. But I'm here with them, yeah. Signing out the old red cruiser yesterday, what's the name of the day before? Well, maybe it was over the weekend before. Yeah, I saw it.
That red right there, I just saw it, I don't think you should all saying. It's so bad, they get a lot of music in the
The lights is there at school now.
I can say the cooler upstairs.
But this time, she needed it before. She was like, another place, so that.
Something.
Yeah.
They would sneak. Sir?
You try for either.
Yeah, I'm not really an iron, so Friday.
We need this right up to this.
How's it?
I don't know.
Fast.
It is. Well, I did the ones a year ago, and it showed up in Brandon's office. I think the client, Dave was giving me a hard time, the best was. I think sorry. Probably.
Right. Grabbing fair was this week.
Well, it's opposite, because it doesn't have any.
It's also got her hard time. Okay, so. Again. And there they are, the two red pieces. Just exaggerating, but. Okay, 6:30, let's bring the meeting forward. Order, refund, but the, the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Agenda review, is there anything that anyone would like moved on the agenda? No. Okay. Comments from the select board? I have something I want to say first. Go ahead. Our town person Ernie Shan passed away last week. I'd like to take a moment of silence for him, if we could, please. Thank you. Rika, did you have something? I just was going to give a short, I had mentioned at our last meeting that Senator Major was coming this past Friday to talk with people interested in town about the whole idea of community nursing, and that he'd introduced a bill for pilot project. So I just wanted to say, we had, I think, 10 people show up, which was more than we anticipated, and there were a lot of interesting conversation, a lot of towns around here who already have community nurses, so we can get into that later, some other time. Anybody else? Town manager, anything?
I can reserve.
Okay. Citizens, anything that's not on the agenda?
Lisa Slade. I just want to give a shout out to the Weathersfield School PTO. They had their 4th annual paw drop on Friday night. It's a community event. and it goes beyond Weathersfield. They did a great job, so. If anyone missed it, mark your calendars now for next September, because they do a great job, the kids have a blast. It's a great night out for the whole family.
Thank you.
Okay, review minutes from the previous meeting. Take a motion to approve the minutes from 9/8/25.
I move that we approve the minutes of September 8th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? It's like reading a book. Okay. All those in favor of the minutes from 9/8, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, extensions? Okay, next thing on the agenda of Sheriff's Department update. Is that you, Mr. Palmer?
Well, hello, everybody.
Hello?
Well, it's always such a funky setup in here, I don't know what to talk to. So, wanted to kind of touch base first and foremost. I had a lot of kind of negative news stories out there. I think everybody's seen those. And just wanted to kind of get ahead of that with you guys. I'm not concerned about any of the financial impropriety stuff that these anonymous sources are claiming. We're in the middle of our audit, so I think all is good there. There's always things that we can improve on and do better at, but it's all well and good. You know, a few of my deputies didn't have their oath of office filed with the clerk. That was that's 100% on me. That's my fault. So they're still fully certified law enforcement officers. They're hired by us. They're acting for us. It's an older antiquated statute that, like I said, I dropped the ball on. It's all been remedied since then. So anyways, I figured I'd throw that out there. If anybody had any questions or concerns or wanted to just give me an earful, I'm kind of here for that part, and then put some other things we can jump into. All right.
I think you're doing a great job.
Oh, well, thank
How's
you.
that?
I appreciate that. We love being here. We've got a pretty good, solid team that tends to work Weathersfield on the regular. And we've enjoyed this partnership so far, so it seems to be going, trending in the right direction. We've had some major cases of late. One, we were dealing with some essentially home invasion, probably a ring of folks that were doing home invasions. They ran into somebody's house. Well, the victim lived on Route 5, and somebody ran into somebody's house. Ran into somebody's house asking for help at 1:45 in the morning. So I responded, and help from Windsor PD and another one of my deputies slid down, and so that turned into kind of a thing. We ended up having a standoff a few days later with one of the suspects. And both of those folks are now in custody. But we're working real hard on combating some of the actual significant crime that's going on in Weathersfield, which I think at times might go under the radar for some folks, but we've been working hard on major things like that. If you follow us on social media at all, our Facebook page, we tend to do a lot of updates on what we're up to. But I know that was kind of talk of the town for a little bit, so I wanted to touch base with everybody on that, and we've kind of wrapped up that investigation, but the folks that were involved in that are in custody. And things have been arraigned. But any other questions on that or anything? You're an easy crowd tonight, jeez. We've had calculated up 749 calls for service since we took over in June. And you know, a good portion of that is stuff that probably self-initiated, but you know, we have folks working well into the night almost every night. We've kind of gotten the most use we can out of the 100 hours here, but we've certainly been proactive. I think it's been a good balance of proactivity, but not writing everybody doing 5 miles an hour over a speeding ticket. I think the balance that, you know, the town select board's looking for, I think we're kind of accomplishing that. We're always open for feedback. Lots of folks reach out to us when you have a complaint in their neighborhood or their roads. Traffic enforcement, you know, front of the school. We know that Perkinsville Village is kind of an issue, especially with truck traffic, so we're trying to focus on that. But people have been pretty upset with the speeding down the Perkinsville Village area, so we're working on that. You know, the school and community engagement, we're at the pod drop, that we had a really good time there. I just stopped in school today. I kind of make it a point, especially to my folks that work Weathersfield, that, you know, stop into the school, stop into the businesses, say hello. There's, you know, several elderly folks that are struggling, that we've been able to at least help out a little bit. You know, Mike Keefe, one of my guys, very early on, when we first started, responded for a welfare check and found the lady's air conditioning wasn't working, and we know how hot it was this summer, so we worked on getting that up and running for her, showing her how to use it. And that's just kind of the culture that we have and we're building, so. Department updates, nothing like major. We just put through Michaela Eisner, the part-time deputy for us now. She's moved through the level 2 school. She's starting FTO now. And then I guess just overall questions, comments, concerns, feedback, things you'd like to see different. Like to see more of, anything?
I think you're doing a great job. I've heard a lot of comments, good comments, nothing bad. Right?
I definitely noticed that there's a greater presence with you in town, which I think was definitely necessary. So thank you.
Well, you're welcome. Like I said, we tend to try to be very responsive. You know, Brandon and I talk almost every day. I think he's probably sick of me, but we talk pretty regular, and he keeps me abreast, and I think we're pretty open to feedback from all sorts of different directions. So please reach out, whether it's on our social media or email or our website, however you want, get a hold of me, and we'll try to solve whatever problem you got. But other than that, I think things are going well.
Out of curiosity, out of the 750 calls, which sounds like an awful lot to me. For 3 or 4 months, can you break them out at all? Are they a preponderance of this kind of call or that kind of call? I'm just somewhat staggered by the number.
Well, also though, in our records management system, which state police are using, it's the records management system you use prior, that Weathersfield PD was on. Traffic stops go in there, but you know, I'm looking at, and unfortunately it's 3 different calls. I don't have it broken out in front of me, but
I just was wondering.
you know, we've got 5 or 6 911 hang up calls, a ton of agency assists, which is generally fire department, or maybe, you know, Windsor needs something. Those look like they're all in Weathersfield. You know, half dozen alarms, a lot of animal problems, probably a dozen, 12, 15 animal problems, so attempt to locate, citizen assist, citizen disputes. A lot of those, we punch a direct control every time we're in town, so big chunk of that probably goes there, but 6 or 8 DUIs, some family fights, domestics, couple canine call outs, a lot of motor vehicle complaints. A lot of suspicious person circumstance. A lot of those, and then, you know, a couple hundred traffic stop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 wanted person, and probably a dozen welfare checks, just rough numbers. So a lot of direct control, but probably so a big chunk of that number is probably direct control. So if I next time I call, we'll kind of focus.
I just needed assurance that we hadn't turned into a hotbed of crime and, you know.
Well,
malfeasance.
I don't think that you've turned into one. I think that. Well, I think, you know, I think when you start looking under rocks and stuff, you find things. The trailer that, you know, we did a search warrant on the trailer of the suspect on our home invasions. You know, a well-known wanted person that grew up in Windsor and Claremont and stuff, we picked them up as they were leaving the trailer. And the individual that we were involved in the shooting in Springfield, he was living in the trailer. So there's a lot of crack cocaine moving out of there. There's a couple other places that we dealt with, and there's a few more that still need to be dealt with, so I think. All joking aside, no, I don't think you've turned into a crime hotspot, but I think. Just bringing more resources and shining the light on things, and in folks that have lived next to some of the houses that have been headaches. I think you'd be surprised that, you know, the shenanigans that went on, I mean. The one we picked up. One of the residents here, I mean, he was an armed felon, he went to jail for 30-something years for shooting at a cop. He's out. So. And I'm not trying to be all doom and gloom, right? Because it's a great community. I had a ton of fun at the pod drop. Like the community here is fantastic. And a shout out to the PTO that worked really, really hard on putting together this great event. But I think there's more nefarious stuff going on in Weathersfield than people think. We get a ton of it's been a fair amount of sex cases, a handful or so that we've had to deal with. So yeah. Sorry,
Interesting.
but we're working on it.
Glad you are.
Yes, Lisa.
This is Slade again. So I have a question. I'm a little bit more familiar with, quote unquote, mutual aid when it comes to the fire departments, in town. So and our police force always had VSP as backup, and we all know the story about VSP, how short-handed they are. So how does it work when Windsor responds either first or comes as additional personnel when the sheriff's on duty? How does that affect Weathersfield and
Windsor
especially the
PD,
budget?
Windsor PD or Windsor County?
Oh, Windsor PD.
It doesn't. So if they come here, we come there. It doesn't.
So that's more of a mutual aid.
Yeah, it's 100%. Yeah, 100% like that. And we rely on each other quite heavily. Windsor, Springfield. You know, BSP to some extent. I'll move people from other towns. You know, if one of our guys has something going on, we'll send. If we have other guys out, we'll send folks down. Like, so it's kind of you know, 1 week you might be upside down on it, but the next week you get a lot of help. So it kind of washes itself out. But we've been, as far as the budget goes, we have a number that we're sticking in, and you know, I figure it out every week how we make sure that we're hitting the number that we're supposed to hit.
Thank you.
Well, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Stay safe out there.
I'll try. Thank you so much. Keep it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next is transfer station discussion. Brandon?
Is everyone aware of what happened with Downers at this point? So there was some misinformation that was stated to some of our residents the weekend before. The workers at Downers Corner Store told residents that we stopped authorizing them to sell punch tickets. And I got several emails over the weekend. Been working with Rika, forwarded those to her, and we discussed them. And a couple of days later, we received a call from the district manager who notified us that they would no longer be selling punch tickets anymore. This
That's the
does,
district manager of the
Downs.
Downs, not of
Yeah.
the trash. So
this has been happening for years. It's been a roller coaster. From inventory issues where we set up an appointment for them to come in, because when we're talking about several $100,000 worth of punch tickets every year. And they're purchased in roughly $25,000 increments. So it's not just as simple as a handoff. We have to document the punch tickets that are given and then document the receipt of the revenue generated from the punch tickets. There's been numerous times where we've set up appointments and there was just no shows. And then they run out of punch tickets. People packing up their car, getting ready to go to the transfer station, going to Downers to get a punch ticket, no punch tickets available. So there's just been constant issues over the years. We're viewing this internally as a new opportunity to revamp our punch ticket system. I think this is a positive thing for the town, but we need to figure out what that future looks like for our punch ticket system. Whether it's we do a search for new businesses or businesses in the area that would like to sell the punch tickets, or we revamp the system entirely. We wrote a couple of posts online, and that those posts got comments from people in Weathersfield. Some of them said to sell the punch tickets at the station. There was a few comments about developing an online system and app. Ray has a good proposal about,
It's like a debit card that everybody will get, and they can load it themselves. And there's even kiosks available, so if they went to the transfer station, they could put their, or somewhere, they could put their card in and reload their card. It's an investment, but it's doable.
so that's one thing we can discuss. So really what I'm looking to get tonight is feedback from the select board, from residents that are here. What does everyone want to see from the transfer station, and how we sell our punch tickets going forward?
I'm in favor of online purchase and also at the station itself. It
Okay.
seems to be the simplest, most accessible, but I don't know all the details, so. What that would entail.
At the Springfield transfer station, they do punch tickets for MSW, but for CMD, they collect cash on site. They used to use a scale. I use it pretty frequently because my wife and I are doing, we bought a fixer upper, so we're down there every weekend. They used to put it on the scale, and now they just, the guy's really good. You can look at it and say, hey, that's 20 pounds. Yeah, that's 40 to 60 pounds. And they collect the money there based on the number of pounds for CMD. The thing with our transfer station is we have 2 part-time workers that are working our station. So what are your thoughts about them collecting?
I would be, there's pros, there's cons. Pros are accessibility is good. The cons are if they're over making change or trying to get somebody a ticket, how many people might sneak through and not pay?
Mhm.
Or once it gets out, they're collecting money at the facility, how many more break-ins are we gonna have looking for money? Those are just the cons.
Mhm,
Like,
mhm, those are valid.
I mean, it's worth looking at, and trying to do. And it's, I worry about.
Do you think we have enough manpower at the station to do that?
No.
Mhm.
No.
So we'd be looking at, which we did advertise the transfer station attendant position, and we received over 30 applications to that position. So it would be a time where we could go back, and I think we're gonna be hiring somebody in the next couple of days.
So they haven't done some.
We could hire 2 part-time workers.
I just had a side question. Have we been paid in full by the Downers store for the tickets that they had?
I don't want to misspeak, Suzanne. Okay,
They typically pay for them when they pick them up, don't they?
No, day after, because they will receive the invoice, but the last time they picked up was the end of July, and we received the payment. They received a 5% commission for selling them, so there was a cost associated for the town to have Downers sell them.
Yeah.
So they're
and that's roughly 10 to 12,000, right?
big.
That's what we lost on.
No,
That's what we paid Downers to sell the punch tickets for us.
All, between all of them, so not just down.
So if we did hire somebody, there would be it would be $10,000 to $12,000 available to put towards someone's salary.
And that comes out of the enterprise fund from the transfer
Yes.
station.
The way that it works is they get 15 punch tickets?
Yeah, well, so usually per month they got 205 punch, they got 10 free, and 310 punch, and they got 15 free.
So the town's not actually exchanging money with them, we give them 30 punch tickets, then they sell them and keep that portion.
It equals roughly 5%.
go ahead.
I probably, it seems like running cash out transfer station might be more of a headache than it's
Yeah.
worth. It could be wrong, sometimes it's, but having it easy, right? So people aren't driving around makes a lot of sense. I don't not like the idea of a refillable card that you can, that seems like I don't know what the infrastructure is. It seems smart for those of us who lose, our punch tickets with one punch left.
Yeah.
Probably it's bad economics for the town, but I kind of like that idea.
It works the same way as like a college student has the cafeteria at their campus and they have money on a little debit card, they just swipe. And when it gets low, they tell you and you put more on it. The only thing that's gonna cost more is if we decide to let people load that card up online. Or, I mean, like. How to explain, there could be a 2 to 3% surcharge if you allow them to. Get in here, do it automatically instead of doing it at a kiosk or in person.
It's still cheaper than what we were doing.
Just
Down,
started
right?
looking into it. I mean, I've thought about it for a couple of years now, but I've just really started getting serious about looking at all the costs.
If you did a kiosk, is that located in one place or is it in multiple places?
They're $5,000-6,000 a piece. So there is an investment. Then you have to worry about somebody grabbing them and stealing them if they do ATM machines. So we do have to, unfortunately, there is a lot of bad stuff to worry about. You can't just set it up and hope it doesn't disappear.
What about online, on
That's-
the town's website? Is that possible to just pay
It is
something
with
and get a
debit
printable
card.
ticket or something instead of a ticket?
Yeah, I mean, I would.
QR code.
Yeah, something like that. Is that involve a lot of machinery and staff time or? I don't know what's involved in that. I'm not in favor of the stores selling them. It seems too hard. It's an awkward system. It's always been an awkward system. And what if they run out? Guy goes to like they did this, whatever, and
Yeah.
if they run out, they're out. And everybody does stuff online. It seems it would be the most accessible 24/7.
I do think that there still needs to be, a way for people to do cash the traditional way.
I agree. Not everybody does stuff
A lot of people
online.
don't have the
Absolutely.
skills or want to do it electronically.
The town office, I assume, would still sell tickets.
And the Reading Greenhouse sells them. So we have the town office, the Reading Greenhouse, West Windsor,
Yeah, and Stephanie Murphy.
Second Market.
Who only takes cash now, from what I understand.
Because the 2 to 3%.
Yeah, the credit card company charges them.
Gotcha. So if we could look into the online option and the kiosk option and get some more information about that, I think that would be a good way to move forward.
Payment methods for online purchases. Venmo, PayPal, etc.
Credit card, yeah.
Yeah, credit card.
Apple Pay.
Yeah.
But. All those, we have to figure out the cost, because all those are
Right.
charged percentage,
Yeah,
if the people pay extra, or we
Yeah.
make our cost.
Well, but as I understand right now, we're paying about $12,000 a year
Yes.
in compensation. I would think in some way that would offset.
With that
The
offset.
initial investment would be, 8 to
Yeah.
12,000.
Yeah, it'll be initial. Well, I gotta say this just because I had to listen to it about 6 times while I was at the dump Sunday. Somebody has an idea. So I'm just gonna put their idea on the table and let it go. And that was actually it's a lot like a kiosk, but a vending machine where you could go and buy again, you either use cash or credit or whatever,
Mhm.
and you can buy a printed sheet. And I thought about that and I was thinking, well, with a little bit of investment there. Somebody could come in with cash and buy. At the end of the day, you open the machine, take the cash out, and there's only paper in there. There's no token. So there's really not much of anything to steal
Yeah, I like
if
that.
you did it that way. That was Tyler that gets credit for that, by the
They
way.
also have like the car wash tokens, you put in money in the credit card, it spits out little coins.
The only issue with things like that is, okay, car wash, yeah, you put money in and you get tokens. All right, so they're there. But then your tokens are there. But I guess your tokens, if you steal a token, what good is it? Other than throwing trash away, you're not gonna wash your car with it.
So reloadable, we'll look into reloadable cards, selling online, kiosks. We still want to be able to offer cash as an option for payment, which is got market checks that box, town office checks that box. They accept cash at their regular greenhouse, right?
One other question that goes along that line, Brandon, was your first statement about looking into other retailers. And that triggers the question, in that area, what other retailers do you have?
We don't.
Right.
I mean, there's the post office, but they're open, the purpose of doing that is to offer. Punch cards during the times that we're not open.
I doubt the post office.
Yeah, you can't do it there. The government, you can't do that.
So
I just wanted to clear that off the table. There isn't really any place there to go. So you gotta look into something that's gonna take care of this side of town in regards to purchasing tickets. So that, I mean, I'm on this on that side. You know, I don't really want to have to drive over here to get a ticket.
They're running greenhouses.
Well, can't hog not motorcycle selling?
Kind of.
you can put a big sign at the end of your road, transfer station, punch tickets available.
Yeah, but I'd want $24,000. Dave, you don't agree with that?
Any ideas?
Wait a minute.
Dave?
I would not favor having any money at the transfer station, not even some kind of a machine, because somebody took an excavator and smashed through the Downers store to get to it. So they're gonna assume that there's something in there, so your machine is gonna need repair, even if they empty it every day. I wouldn't make the people that work there either handle money, because there's too much room for, you didn't keep track of the money. You'd have to be an auditor and trust. You don't want to do that. You don't want to put that load on the people that work there. I think whatever, you have to have a card system or paid out. It's gotta be taken care of off the site. But in the meantime, you need to get the word out and maybe front load some of these places that are giving cards. I know that my wife said that Scotty Market was out. I agree with the roller coaster of Downers. We've had enough. And but you might want to front some to the Rennie Greenhouse and to Scotty somehow in good faith, so that people don't rely on just the town office being open, so that they can go there and buy tickets. That's just me.
No, I mean, I agree that having someone at the station. I mean, it's extra money, anyway, and yeah, you're doing cash on this, at this station is probably not the right idea.
What if there was a volunteer sitting at the entry selling? I mean, they're gonna make cash on it, right? As they sell them, whatever, they have a certain number that they take a day. And they sit from 8 o'clock to noon on a Saturday. I was thinking you've got plenty of time. And you're so nice.
How does a volunteer make money then? I thought that defeated the.
Well, that's exactly what the stores do. They basically get 5%.
But they're not volunteers.
Hmm.
No, I'm sorry. No, it's a good idea.
I mean,
Should we have a sign up?
I mean, it may cover at least a short period of time until we figure this out, so that there's something available there. But yeah, that's, you guys will have to figure that part out, I guess. You're the guys that have to keep an eye on it. And yeah.
Wait, how's it going right now with Downers getting? Without Downers?
It's a struggle. I mean, people expect, they run out. I mean, a lot of people realize, well, crap, we got one punch left. And they got their car all over the trash and they head up to the store, there's no cards. So either they're gonna go up and try to coerce Tyler to let them dump and then catch up next week, or go home with their trash. It's,
Everybody remember Wimpy on Popeye?
Tuesday.
And
Okay, Tuesday.
That's
I'm glad they take on Tuesday
That's
for a hamburger today.
we've had some things left on the side of the road a little bit more than normal. Not a lot, but
I don't know who you are. Can you say, stand up?
Hey everybody, I'm Hank Ainley. I think the cash side is so important. Losing owners is a problem. A percentage of people going down there would be okay using some kind of app that they already have, and I'm not well versed in this, so forgive me for suggesting something that I know almost nothing about. But for a bunch of people having like a QR code on the side of the building and you know, hey, you owe us $15, beep boop beep. And then there's keeping track of that, which is a pain in the butt for whoever, you know.
yeah, there's always management.
And yeah. But that would take care of a percentage of people who really rely on being able to go back to downers because they're not together. They don't have their updated situation in gear. Not speaking from personal experience. I know a guy.
So you find out that information for us for the next meeting?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, we'll go on to personnel policy first reading. Are we ready for the first reading? Mhm. Any changes or any discussion anyone wants to offer before we approve the first reading? None?
I don't think it's all right with it.
Okay, I'll take a motion for someone to approve the first reading of the personnel policy.
I move we approve the first reading of the personnel policy.
Yeah, is there a second?
I can second that.
Okay, any discussion?
Can you get a copy of the draft and
It's right online.
yeah. Just like bring it out with you guys.
Do we have to approve the first reading? Is that what we have to do?
You would, yes, and moving on to the second
Okay.
reading.
Okay, all those in favor of moving this on to the second reading, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? First reading is done. Next reading will be at the next meeting. Okay, request for approval of an electric gate installation.
Hey, Ray. How do you feel about that?
Somebody here, you would speak?
You get off to the podium so everyone can hear you, please.
I'm assuming that everyone read my proposal, my letter that was in the agenda. Or do you want me to go to the?
No, I can't done it.
So I'm a very short distance from Route 106, which as we know is a very busy road. My horses, I only have 2 of them and they're well contained, but should anything happen that they panic and they run onto the road, it is a huge concern, not only for me and my horses, but the traffic that is on the road. Now, John Jensen Road is a public road, and we are actually the only building at the end of it. So I understand I can't put a gate there that stops traffic coming down it, snowplows and things like that. So the idea of an electric gate is it's just a very little, doesn't take up much space and space in the world, in the sense that it's just a very narrow pole, but it stops animals going through it because it's electric. And hopefully they're not stupid enough to run through electric fencing gates. But as a vehicle driving down there, you can drive straight through it, it doesn't scratch your paint, the minute you touch it, it opens up. And, the vehicles, town vehicles can come in, turn around and go back. What else? The horses are only there 6 months of the year, so in the winter time, when the snowplow is coming down, it won't be up, it won't even be there. So that was my thought. I'm trying to, keep my animals safe, reduce my load, and, keep the cars safe on the road. And I'm happy to answer any questions or show you pictures.
I looked at, I don't think we can gate a class 3 town highway. According to state statute, we can close pent roads and trails, but we can't put a gate across a class 3 road. So if this gate is necessary, I would suggest we either reclassify this road or give it up. Since it's only 1/10 of a mile and there's only one house on it, we would consider giving it up as a town road. It doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, that crossed my mind as well today when I looked at it.
But my biggest concern is that the state doesn't allow us to put a gate on a class 3 town.
Even a gate that doesn't, how do you classify a gate?
It just doesn't give us permission to put gates on a class 3 town highway.
I just thought it was one that it's not a gate that you get out and open and doesn't stop you going through it.
A gate on a pent road or a trail wouldn't stop you from going through it either. It still has to allow people to go through. It was just simply not allowed to put gates on class 3 town highways.
Well, I just thought I'd try.
The other thing is the electrification of that fence, on a town highway. What about somebody that wants to walk them?
I'm highway, it would be on my land.
But it's blocking the town right of way.
It's not,
When it's closed, it is.
you just drive through it. It's not, but
A walker, somebody walking. What about somebody walking out that road? What if somebody, it's a town, hang on a second. It's a town right of way. Somebody has the right to walk out there.
You can go around the side of it.
It's electrified,
No, she's saying you can.
Not the bit around the side.
but you said it was an electric fence that would stop horses.
Yeah,
So that means you can get a shot from,
only if you go.
it's a liability to the town.
Right, I just thought I would try and save the horses.
Oh, I'm all about saving, I'm your neighbor. I'm right
I
next to
know.
you.
I know.
I'm all about saving your horse.
I can't.
I
I
think-
can't be given up. The road can't be given up, because, you need to plow the road when I'm not there. So.
Well, that's
I
not-
will- I will just withdraw it. As I say, I just wanted to, keep my horses safe. Anyway, thank you for listening to me, and I'm sorry.
That's it. Okay. Well. Town plan update, planning commission, was that? There's name over there, Heidi,
Ryan's here.
I mean Ryan,
I'm also on the planning commission. You get to that. Yeah.
he's Heidi.
Okay, sure.
Ryan Gumart,
Wait, point of order.
Yeah.
There are 3 members of the planning commission present. The presentation's being made by the land use administrator, and I do not believe it's necessary to call the planning commission to order in this case. But it needs to be documented that there is a quorum with the planning commission present. Okay.
Okay, so the planning commission's been working on updating the town plan and recently to try and expedite the process since it's expired for quite a while. Different board members have taken different chapters, for them to work on. And so the 2 that we went through at the last meeting, that were voted on as ready to be brought here for a general presentation of the natural scenic and historic resources chapter and the flood resiliency chapter. So Hank worked on the natural scenic historic resources and Howard did the flood resiliency. So I'll let them sort of give a real brief overview, and then if you have questions about it, I'll sort of chip in and answer.
I would just ask that everyone, when you go up to the podium, if you can please say your name. We have a new recording secretary and she's not familiar with everything yet. So that will help her when she goes back and looks at the recording.
Hello, I'm Hank Ainley, I'm on the planning commission. I did volunteer to take on the natural scenic and historic resources section. I don't have much of a presentation. I would say that though Ryan has changed the layout of much of the town plan, this section I don't think is incredibly different. I don't think it's particularly, I don't think we're trying to tell a different story about the natural scenic and historic resources of the town, because certainly the historic ones haven't changed, other than potentially new things coming to light. The natural part, the natural our natural and scenic resources remain relatively similar to the last town plan. And beyond not actually trying to change the story, the planning commission we did not particularly fight about, or when we did fight about things, we came to consensus. So I think in general, what we've come to in the chapter, we all agreed on. So mostly hoping you guys also think we did a good job and would give us feedback if we did not. Thank you.
Any questions on that one before we go to the flood resiliency?
I thought you did a great job. I have a lot of little petty things that I'm not gonna go into here, just typos and words missing or something. And some of the links, the hyperlinks are not functional.
Okay,
There's-
the other thing that I'll add is we haven't done a lot of formatting, which we'll have to go back to once they're all sort of finalized so that they match. So yeah, I guess this draft is coming before the board is mostly content related.
I thought it was great. I was curious why I didn't mention the granite quarries on Mount Escutney. You'd mentioned limestone, soapstone, you did mention granite quarries, but didn't talk anything about the quarries on Mount Escutney. I didn't understand line 718, policies as contained in this town plan are required for all projects undertaken within Weathersfield. Can you explain what that means?
I suppose there are, so it's talking about the policies, that are laid out in town plan.
Right,
I guess any project that requires, alignment with the town plan, like, if it goes to the development review board for a conditional use review or something like that, if they're making a statement that the project, it comes up in subdivision review too, that whatever project aligns with the town plan. We want the policies that are laid out in the town plan to be followed by those.
maybe you could word that a little more clearly. And I must have missed it, but I don't see anything in this chapter that's labeled policy. I see goals and objectives, but I don't see policies anywhere.
Okay,
So if we're required to implement the policies in projects we undertake, what are they?
yeah. So one of the things we're gonna have to go back to is, the previous town plan laid out, they had goals, suggestions, and policies. And they didn't really flow very well. It's kind of hard to understand which one was a goal, which was a policy, and how they sort of fit together. So we've kind of gone back to rearrange that a little bit. And I think what we're gonna find at the end is that we need to go back on a whole plan-wide review, because some of them might align better under different chapters. So I think we'll maybe bring policies from other chapters into that, or vice versa. So that part still needs to be evaluated.
To be honest, I'm from the old school where we had goals, we had objectives. Goals were your broad viewpoint, 10,000-foot view of what you were gonna do. They don't change very often. They should stay relatively the same over the years. The objectives were actually the steps you take to implement the goal. But I know that I've never understood how policies, recommendations, objectives, what the difference was between them. But if you're gonna put them in here, let's make sure they're clear.
Mhm.
And if you're gonna tell us we have to implement policies and they're not in here, that's very confusing. Under the goal of increased protection of identified natural, scenic, and historic resources with non-regulatory tools, we have language like promote voluntary. Who promotes? What does promote mean? I don't understand that language. I
Just
mean,
put it into the sentence.
promote voluntary landowner programs to help conserve private forest lands for habitat and working landscape activities such as private conservation easements, use value appraisal, and forestry legacy programs. But promoting, who promotes? Now, I understand that the implementation of the town plan is the responsibility of the select board, and then we delegate. So when I see something that says promote, I don't, how does that work?
I suppose it could be like a conservation commission might undertake an effort to spread some information and make these resources that are maybe state programs more available. They might like go on the website and make things, you know, and provide information in a more clear and accessible way that generally. So the select board might direct the conservation commission to promote those things, or they might undertake themselves and say it's, you know, it aligns with the town plan because it says that we should do this type of stuff. There's similar language about like supporting local agriculture, and I think
Yeah, and encouraging owners and things like
one
that.
of those.
You don't have to answer that tonight, that's too long a conversation, but most of the kinds of things that I trip on, when I see them, I just don't know what to do with them, so if it could be a little more clear, that would be awesome.
I wouldn't, promoting that, a lot of it would fall on you. Generally during you're the land use administrator. So generally, everything comes through you for development to start with, whether it has to go to the DRB or planning commission. Planning commission doesn't handle any of that anymore. But the land use administrator makes the initial decisions on what the direction of an application is. And wouldn't that be where a discussion about, hey, there's this here and there's this here, and there's this shit you can do. And that would be where the promoting would be kind of taking place, is in his office.
Possibly.
To follow up on, this is Hank Ainley again, to follow up on Ryan's suggestion of the Conservation Commission. Language like that might be used to get grant funding. And I think there's other scenarios in the plan where we say things that might appear vague. Like, who's gonna do that? And I think some of the idea is, by saying that it's something that we support, it allows the Conservation Commission, some other body than you all, to take that language and say, hey, look, my town supports this. Can I have some money to you know, make it happen? I think that line fits in there into that kind of, you know, grant related.
Thank you. Line 777, talking about developing a mechanism and or plan for tree removal and replacement as needed from town property. This includes places like the Greens in Perkinsville and Ascutney. Would that include the Veterans Memorial Park, number one? Number two, the green in Perkinsville isn't owned entirely by the town, just an FYI.
I think the statement is, if I may, this includes places like, so places is plural, and places like is an example of. So it can be places like that, it doesn't have to be a full and.
So you're saying this is not
list.
listing them
It's the
specifically?
town plan, it's not, but it's, you know, it's, yes, yeah, I don't think it's necessary there to do that, I do, you know.
My last one is designating the Crown Point Military Road as a special status road. Could you explain what that means?
Yeah, that language was in the previous town plan, and we did discuss the Crown Point Road. And we decided no one objected to leaving that old language in. Perhaps we should remove it because it does seem complicated.
Well, does it have statutory meaning?
Right.
I mean, I couldn't find anything in the state statutes that match that.
My guess is that the previous language was there in an effort to add weight, not because it has any statutory significance, but I am not 100% sure. I've never seen a historic road whatever the word, whatever the exact, it's historic road, I forget the, I've never seen that before, not that I'm a professional in that area.
Ray,
One thing that's come up over the last few years with me on Crown Point Road with questions is like a special status to make sure people can't take their Jeeps and motorcycles on sections of it, because it is a class 4 road, so technically it's open to everybody to go use. So if you could somehow designate it within the town, a special status, so you don't have to worry about certain uses.
are we able to do that
I don't
statutory?
know, I think that's why it's in the plan, is to like research it and figure out if we can, or what the opportunity is to do that.
Okay,
I think that's kind of, because some of the class 4 road technically goes through somebody's hayfield. And
Right.
legally, someone could drive.
Or the
across
orchard.
that, right.
The only thing I see as a problem there, Ray, if I may, is, I don't think you can do that section by section. I think you either do it all or you do none.
I think that's why.
I think
sections of it's on the National Register.
Well, no, but I mean, taking it and saying, well, you know, we're gonna make a rule that applies to this section, but not this section.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think you want, that would be confusing, I
I
think.
don't know.
I
if
don't
we
know the
can.
answer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying.
Not sure we can, so, okay, other than that, I thought the chapter was great, I don't mean to make you think I didn't like it, I thought it was fun, I'm just very picky. Thank you. Yes, you're up next.
If I may, point of order, are we done with it? What just happened? Can we have some clarification on what we just did
I
there?
just thought they were
Madam Chair?
just presenting it to us to look at for now, and we're not deciding, they just wanted us to know how far they are and where they're at. Right.
Okay,
Is
and
what I-
is there a general consensus from the board other than Ms.
Other than
Pierce's?
Dave Marshall.
No, you're fine, but you haven't got a general consensus from the board on what to do or anything. You haven't done anything.
I didn't think we were supposed to do anything. Are we supposed to? Do you want more feedback from the board as a whole? Is that what you're looking for?
Well, if I may, Howard, sorry. I think that the planning commission is wanting to send these chapters up one by one so that you all get a little chance to digest instead of getting the whole book later. So, you know, getting that feedback is important to us so that we don't then get down the road, give you something that we think is final and then find that there's big problems because,
Right.
you know, that certainly does happen, yeah.
Is there anybody that wants to add anything else to this before they go on to the next one? No?
I did a couple of big little questions, but I think I can ask those out of the meeting.
I was gonna say, in that line of thinking, if you think of things after this chapter is not gonna come back to the select board on its own, other than when the final thing is sent up here, so if you think of things. You can send them to me in writing, an email or something like that, or you can come to the meeting, because we're still gonna be working on it.
Anybody have anything else?
But, well, by it, he means the entire town plan,
Yeah.
you know, as they keep coming, will be, so, yes, until we get that completed.
Okay.
I was a floodplain administrator in a previous life, so I volunteered to look at the flood resiliency chapter of the town plan. And see what kind of tweaking it would need. And actually, very little would be done. The town has been part of the National Flood Insurance Program since 1985. And so we've had all the FEMA regulations have been in place with the FEMA floodplains, et cetera. But one thing that Irene taught us is that the FEMA floodplain, which is based on inundation flooding, it's like filling a bathtub, it's a static level. 70% of damage from Irene came from fluvial erosion, not inundation flooding. So the FEMA regulations by themselves are woefully inadequate for addressing the kind of storms that we're having. The legislature recognized that in 2013, they passed Act 16 that required every town to come up with a flood resiliency plan. And this town did come up with a plan. It had 3 parts that were required. It had to have a flood mitigation standard for roads and bridges, local emergency operations plan, and a local hazard mitigation plan.
the town completed all four of those, or all three of those. And that qualified the town for a number 4 rating. From the Emergency Relief and Assistance Fund, or ERAF. And the higher the rating, the less money the town is responsible for. So at that point, with a 4 rating, the town is responsible for 17.5% of whatever's left. FEMA pays 75%. Then after that, it's state and then the town. And so we were in the bracket there is number 4 that we qualified for 12.5% additional. Since they had mandated that these things be adopted by 2014, they were included in the last rewrite of the town plan, so they're already in place. So that doesn't have to be tweaked at all. The problem that we have run into is that back up, the state in 2014 was ordered to come up with river corridor profiles that showed fluvial erosion based on actual topography, not just drawing a parallel line on both sides of the river. And looking at places like where a rock outcropping would tend to direct the flow toward the opposite bank and cause more erosion. And they've come up with some very detailed plans for all of the streams or major streams and rivers of the state. And again, the town, when we adopted the town plan, adopted by reference all of those maps. What they didn't do is the planning commission never adopted the bylaw that goes along with that, that's part of the package. So while all the stuff is in the town plan by reference, the enforcement aspect of it is missing. So all we have to do really is just to adopt that the bylaw that addresses both the latest FEMA requirements and all the river corridor requirements for fluvial erosion, etc. And that will move our ranking up to number 5, which means that then we get the state would pay an additional 17.5%, and the town would get the balance, rather than now we pay 12.5%. So it ends up with, when you're talking multiple $1 million claims in these floods, that's a significant change to the town's budget. So it's well worth doing. So basically, other than some minor wording changes, there was very little required in terms of an actual rewrite of that. On the second page here, I put in just a description in lines 77 through 81. Basically, they just outlines how that payment system works, because it was kind of vague before. But those are the main changes. So does anybody have any questions on them? Yes.
Adopting the flood hazard and river corridor bylaw, is that something that goes into our zoning bylaws, or is that a standalone?
Yeah.
So did you put that in the objectives for this chapter? Okay. Fully integrate flood resiliency.
Talked about the adoption of these, but that was not done at that point in time.
But it does say we need to do that, right?
Right.
The bylaw shall be created to enforce the FEMA flood maps and river corridor maps. Is that what you're referring to there? Okay.
Yeah, all the maps were adopted by reference, but bylaw.
We just don't have the bylaw to go with. Do you have that bylaw? Does the commission have that bylaw?
Yeah. It's a state law.
Does it have to be put forth do we have to wait till the town plan is done?
Yes.
In order for you to put that through?
Yes.
We can't make any zoning changes until the plan is adopted.
The only zoning changes you could make, we just went through. that.
Possibly interim, yeah, I remember you, yeah.
Interim bylaws.
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Stuff.
So we'll have to add that to our to-do list after the plan's adopted.
Once your town plan is expired, you can't make any changes to it, but
Yeah,
but that's
I knew that, I just forgot.
that's the only stuff that needs to be
It's
taken.
just testing, yeah. Thank you, Howard, it was great job.
Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Beach? Thank you.
Madam Chair, in regards to that last point, we just got a legal decision on that regarding the town plan and what changes you can and cannot make, and we've asked Brian to create that document for records in a place that's easy to find, so that it can always be, We're not always gonna be there, he's not always gonna be there, people come and go. You gotta know where to find some of this stuff, so he's creating a folder for that type of
Okay,
information. That'll always be around,
okay.
it contains that legal opinion on that question. Thank you for doing that too, Ryan. Sure.
Okay. On to number 11.
Motion to adjourn. No,
Going to number 12. No. Naming the Waterways Project Conservation Commission presentation.
We reorganized the agenda and moved that one down.
I'll do that. Had a chance to do that at the beginning of the meeting.
So we've been here before. I think it's probably good to take just sort of an overview of the whole project. This is basically a project that was started in, I don't know, 2000 and 2001, by Jeff Pelton. He was the chair of the Conservation Commission at the time, and I think he was approached directly by Marie Caduto from the Agency of Natural Resources with a request for names on waterways. So they are one of the state agencies, one of the governmental bodies at all levels that monitor and regulate waterways and water quality and things like that. And so on the USGS map, that is where geographical features are officially named. So we have things like Camp Hill, Blood Brook, the Connecticut River, the Black River, all of those kind of things are sort of formalized on the USGS map. And so they have currently, I forget what the number is, it's something like 10 or so officially named streams and waterways in town. And so all of the other waterways are either have multiple names or some they just have like a code that's been applied to them for their own purposes and trying to keep straight which waterway belongs to which watershed and how it all fits into their larger basin that they're managing. And so that was the initial request. There's been some other groups that have asked for stream names for similar purposes, just trying to keep things orderly so that a project that occurs on one stream is named appropriately so that if another project comes up down the road, they all know which stream we're talking about. So there's value to having geographical things named as such. So because the number of waterways in town is extremely high, just like as in every other town, it was limited to on streams. They limited it to watersheds of 200 acres or greater and wetlands of 10 acres or greater. On some of those, and there's other things besides that fall into that category of waterways. Such, I think there's one spring, a waterfall, a gorge, so the naming process started with identifying those features. Some of those wetlands are on the biological natural areas report that Elizabeth Thompson, an ecologist, put together. Some of those, that document in particular is recognized in the town plan and in the zoning bylaws. There's a zoning bylaw that basically talks about those identified areas, development in those areas should cause minimal disturbance to their values and something general like that. So some of the wetlands that were in there were large enough to be applied and get named. There were a couple of wetlands that were large enough that weren't in that have names. So the naming for the streams went off of historical resources to start with, old maps and just sort of local colloquially known names. That's where that started. I think the Ernest Butterfield map was kind of the major resource where he named over 30 streams, where other historical maps named 3 or 4. So I think that's where a lot of those started, and the report talks about how each one was named and what the significance of each name is. But, so I guess the end goal is for these names to be, sent to the, I'm not gonna get it right, but it's the State Agency of Libraries, who basically acts as the body between the USGS, United States Geographical Service, I guess. For making sure that the names are done in alignment with their standards and things like that. So this has come to the select board a few times and then has been retracted so we could have some more discussion about people's concerns. And mostly what we've done is had conversations with Dave about how the streams or the waterways, what qualifies as a waterway, things like that. And whether it has a regulatory impact by being named and being on the USGS map. So we tried to have those conversations. Dave's joined the Conservation Commission. We've had it on the agenda a few times. And basically we've asked for, written down concerns, and I think we understand what the concerns are now, but we felt like we've had the conversation and it wasn't going any further, so we need to bring it here, and we need guidance from the board as to whether this project should go away, if it should be voted on and approved, or if things need to be changed, they need to be changed. But it's dragged on for quite a while, so I think we need to have some closure on this project. So I don't know how you want to move forward with questions and things like that, but
What is the expectation from us and what are we being asked to do?
I think we need a motion to approve this list of names to be sent to that library board, which the name is in the document. I can pull that up for you.
Yes, please do. Because this is a very long.
I'm not ready to go to a motion yet.
Nathan?
Well, I'm just curious to make sure that, because I believe I understand the answer. So these are already identified waterways, right? They're already identified, they're already on a map. They're already classified. This is just changing the name from the code, correct? It does not have any regulatory impact. It's literally just taking the code and putting the locally known name on that waterway. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's my belief, and all the answers that we've gotten from the state agencies and following up on that question. We've tried to go to everybody that regulates those things to confirm or deny that, and all the input and feedback we've gotten was to agree with that statement that it's not regulatory, it has no regulatory impact. One of the references that Dave's brought up is Doug Johnstone, who's here, and maybe he has some information that is otherwise. But as far as myself and the commission is aware, it has no regulatory bearing. It's the name that's on the map. Each state agency or federal agency or the town regulates water in one way or another, and they have their own standards for what is jurisdictional, and that is not in any way tied to whether or not it's recognized on the USGS map with a name.
Good. Are you still going?
Well, I guess my only last question is, has this changed since the last time we sent it? Has it substantially changed?
No.
Okay.
Do you want to speak to the regulatory aspect?
Oh, I'm gonna speak, but I don't know if everybody's done.
I'm not quite done, almost. I think it was 47 streams that are not currently named, is that correct?
Something like that, 47, yeah.
I think. Of the 47 streams that are not named. The reference to the regulatory information that I saw was that. Whether it's named or not named, the regulations still apply. So regulations
may
do
or may
apply.
not.
Regulations do apply. There
Yeah,
are
so-
regulations.
okay. So regulations may or may not apply to a particular waterway.
Madam Chair, I have the floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let it.
Thank you. There are regulations
or
And-
waterways.
Let him finish speaking first, okay?
Okay.
He has the floor.
There are regulations that have to be followed, whether it's named or not named. There are some rules that are in place. What I want to know is how many of the 47 waterways that are now listed in this are intermittent. Because that was another big point, was it doesn't matter if it's intermittent or not. I had a case where there was a stream, supposedly, it went right through where I wanted to put my building. And the land use administrator called it a stream, and Agency of Natural Resources, because it had to go through Act 250, Jay McMenemy came out. This is not a stream! Exclamation point. It was a skidder trail that ended up making a waterway, but it only has water flowing through it when you have snow melt in the spring. Are we naming things like that and putting, because there are regulations tied to this in some cases, in some, where your cows can be, where they can't be, where they can cross, how close they can be. There are regulations that are there that do apply, whether it's named or not named. But now, if you've got something like that that's intermediate or intermittent, whatever, how's that gonna? Are we gonna be doing this again with another 50 or so after somebody does some logging somewhere? Another 50 names?
So, sorry.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, if we're gonna name it as a waterway, why don't we name it as a road too? Because half the year it's gonna be a road, the other half it's gonna be a stream. I mean, come on. So, I don't wanna name things that don't have water in them all the time.
Okay, so the streams that are existing currently are either regulated or not regulated. A lot of them are regulated by a certain agency and not the other agency, or vice versa. I think the state, the agricultural department, or no, I'm thinking of the stream program, which is like for stream alteration permits and things like that. We have a stream engineer, Scott Jensen, who issues permits for crossings, pretty much anything that's within the stream. Their jurisdiction, I believe, in kind of a simplified way, is perennial streams. So they don't have jurisdictions over intermittent streams, but they have their criteria and standards and process for identifying whether that waterway is considered perennial or intermittent. Given it's a natural system, there's variability for a lot of reasons. A stream that flows most years might dry up in a drought, or portions of a perennial stream might be intermittent as it goes underground and then resurfaces, or it's further up in the watershed, things like that. So the guardrails that this project had put on was to only name the major watersheds and waterways in the town, being drainage areas of 200 acres or greater. And just so you understand, a particular watershed is comprised of many more smaller watersheds. So little streams feed into little watersheds feed into little streams that feed into bigger ones, which are part of a bigger watershed. You know, the Black River is part of the Connecticut River watershed, which is part of the Atlantic Ocean watershed, and all that kind of stuff. So there are regulations that apply to waterways. It doesn't mean that they apply to all waterways, but it may or may not, given the physical conditions on the ground. The town regulates streams that have a 4-foot wide channel at the high water mark. There's a process for identifying where that mark is, how wide that. So there's, standards and criteria for establishing whether or not that's a jurisdictional waterway. So those rules may or may not apply, and is not related to how these streams were chosen. That criteria for choosing these areas is that 200-acre watershed limit, which was calculated by a program called Stream Stats, where basically you can click on a map at the at the end of that stream where it drains into another one. And it maps, the high points where it all drains into that. And so it'll calculate what the average precipitation, and I guess it gives you a lot of different statistics, but one of those, the one that was used for this was that watershed area. So when we apply a name to a waterway, I think more broadly, it's being used by those agencies to identify which watershed something's happening in. If there's a junkyard that's contaminating the stream somewhere, the state agency, it might not be directly flowing into that named stream, but it might be contributing to pollution in that watershed. And so when they talk about something, they're kind of identifying its location based on that.
Did he answer your question, Mike?
Yes.
I think Mr. Fuller would like to speak.
We don't agree. Okay, I'm flat out say that. I got myself on the Conservation Commission to learn. And to make sure that I got access to what's available to me. In the project, I don't recall it going back so far as 20 years ago. I can remember a few years ago, I learned about this when Jeff Pelton came up to me at a town meeting and said, we're taking up this to name waterways, and one of them is in the back of your farm. You might want to take a look. And I was busy with the town meeting, being a selectman for a long time, and I just said, well, I responded like, well, I hope you know that dries up quite often. Then I left it like that. There's a couple of really startling problems that I have with this, and I don't see how you could approve it as it's moving forward. That doesn't say that you wouldn't move forward, and I feel though it needs some more work. Glad to help, that's why I got on the commission. But there's a couple of real points. I'm a really simple person, and when you're gonna name water to me, it means you're gonna name water. And definitions mean a lot to me, serving the town as references all the time about what you're trying to make a decision to do. So I looked up the definition of stream. It's a continuous body of surface water flowing within the bed and the banks of a channel. That's according to Webster's dictionary. The same with a brook, a small stream, continuous flow of water. It's not the first time that the records in the town have been off. I know recently of a parcel that was sold that was 70 plus or minus acres, and I happen to own one that says it's 52.7. I've never gotten it surveyed in the almost 50 years I've owned it. But that parcel at 70 acres got surveyed prior to the sale, turned out to be 50 acres. So when you name some things, I think that a name is going to go in a category. And with brooks or streams and so on, it's going to go in, like the proposed Plains Brook is also going to be identified in a category as the Branch Brook. And I've asked Brandon before he put up some pictures that I'm going to show you about the differences. And I took photos when this first surfaced in 2024. I believe that is a photo of the Plains Brook, which is in back of my property right now. And that one, again, same thing, is in 2024. It's a little hard for me, but I think you can scroll down, because I think I tried to get them in the same sites. That's the same thing, right? So that's the same thing right now. There's absolutely no water, but from the next property up, and I don't know how that one got in there, because I think there's either deer or turkeys. I don't think that's good with this water. That picture right now is the proposed Plains Brook, and when I learned something last Tuesday, when Ryan was telling me that the town recognized 4-foot channels, I made the mistake of not putting a ruler there, but I guarantee you that's about 18 inches tops. Those shots, the next few shots, are taking, that one as well, are taking on that one too, on the property line of the now August Murray farm and myself. I'll be the first one to admit to you that about 500 feet down from the property line, there's a trickle of water again, right now. So it is hit and miss. So I don't know if you keep scrolling, Brandon, whether you'll pick up the pictures, this is all the plans proposed right now, all these shots. If you keep going, I think you're gonna come to the branch brook I took, or maybe it was on your phone, okay, so that one, well, this is a separate point. The Little Ascutney stream, which is being proposed, is totally incorrect. It's a Farm Service Agency, USDA, conservation ditch that was dug by Gurney Brothers Construction for us. Back in the 1980s. It's on a blue line right now on a map for the USDA. There's a picture of the Branch Brook, which I own. I own a lot of property on water. I own 4,500 feet on the main Black River. I own another 2,000 feet at least up on the Branch Brook. So my concern is that this is the Branch Brook. You can see that it's very wide, got water in it. It's clearly defined, and then you compare that to the proposed Plains Brook, which is totally opposite. It's gonna be put into a category used forward for references when we're all not here, for decisions that I feel will be made in the planning board or the zoning board or whatever. So Mike had referenced, but this one bothers me a lot when it's not accurate, that it's a USDA FSA conservation ditch that was dug by contractors on the left side. That happens to be a town culvert. It's halfway down the flats. And right now, of course, it's dry.
What was the proposed name you said for that one?
I think it's the Little Scutney Stream. I think so. So I want to move on because I don't want to take up time. This project also names wetlands and swamps. I guess I happen to be the lucky person where there's two of them gonna be named on property I own again, or Fuller Farm owns one, and maybe, my wife and I own another one. I have an email from, Farm Service Agency, Windsor County, Director Courtney LaCire, who requires, and so does NRCS, requires, wetlands delineations if these things move forward so that they can examine what's actually on the ground compared to something like a USGS map. So remember, I use that analogy with the town tax map with the lister's card to this property that got surveyed. So when you draw a big circle over an aerial map that looks like a wetland, particularly where I own, there are really big earth berms. No one's done any digging there where the glacier had deposited where it came and went. This is why I think that some of these things need to be resolved with on the ground looking. I'll just quote what Courtney wrote me. Producers may, let's see, if a wetland determination is performed by NRCS, which is Natural Resource Conservation Service, we at FSA record these results to place on our Farm Service Agency maps as a point indicating location and designation of a wetland if there is one. We also indicate if there is not a wetland. This is when boots go on the ground to evaluate if the area qualifies as a wetland. The wetland determination shows up on FSA maps as a data point. You do not have any such data points on your maps, which indicates that no wetland determinations have been made on any of your farms. They classify areas of land that I farm as a farm. So if you know how familiar, so right on Plains Road, they say that's a farm because of property. If I go up the road to do a field, that's classified as a farm, but it's not generic to me, it's everybody's, that's what it is. So, I did ask Doug Johnstone to come here, he is a former state of Vermont official. You might be able to, I don't want this to be pro Dave or minus Dave or any Dave, I just wanna get it correct, that's what I wanna do, and I wanna help do that if I can, but I also I found out information that some of these maps are not accurate on what they are. and I'm talking the aerial maps, and they need to be reconciled with what's on the ground. Thank you. So I don't know if you wanna listen to Doug, he's a resident of Springfield, I don't know how that works.
Can I follow up?
I don't know.
Go ahead.
Dave, can I follow up with you really quick?
Yeah.
So you don't have an objection to what the actual name is, correct? It's about that you're worried that sometime down the road, there'll be some regulation if it is no longer coded?
No,
Or is
it's the definition, it's the words used. So I understand the historical part of where they develop the names. It's the second name that is incorrect for me. So when you're calling something a stream, particularly where it's a conservation FSA ditch, that's an outright misrepresentation.
So at this point, Dave, right, my understanding is that is already set, right? Is that is not changed, that's already how it is on the map, it just has a code next to it saying it is, this code is that stream. That we're not talking about that designation that's already on the map. We're only talking about whether you leave the code in, or, right, or you call it Hampson Falls, right? Or.
Well, I think they're naming something that's not a stream, and that does matter, and Doug could speak to that issue. But I think the USGS map, I don't know who puts these blue lines on, I just don't know. And whether or not they reconcile with other agencies to get it correct is important to me. But to answer your question about the other one, but I didn't object to the name, yes, I do, because I wanna be crystal clear, and I was at the committee and, I wanna call something that's equal to something else in town. So if the Branch Brook is the Branch Brook, and it's going to be called that, and the proposed Plains Brook is, I would expect the definitions to be very, very close in nature. Which means continuous flow of water in this case, and there isn't any, because you just saw the pictures. The diameter, which is far way different than, must be 50-foot span as compared to 18 inches, and like I said, I just learned on Tuesday that the town had some kind of a benchmark of 4 foot. So I'm objecting. I don't want to mislead anybody about whatever. I think there's a whole lot more work to do on the ground evidence to compare to actually the USGS map that was used.
Can you identify, you have concerns about Little Escutney Brook and Plains Brook, is that right?
Is it Little Scutney Stream? Do I don't have that list in front of
It
me.
says Little Escutney Brook and
Okay.
Plains Brook.
Yeah,
So those two you object
those two.
to. Excuse me, which wetlands do you have objections to?
I'd have to see whoever named it.
Lottery Lane, Little Escutney, North Branch.
I'd have to see a map that would coordinate the name of Little Scotty Wetland, or North Branch Wetland. I'd have to see a map, that's all I'd be asking for. I think there is one, isn't there one in the?
Yeah, it's with the packet, isn't it?
And you're saying that two of these are on your land and
I
you
think so.
object to that?
I
Okay.
think so.
I'd like to know which two those are.
Yeah, because of. Yeah, there is.
There is a map, but I can't read it. It is in the packet.
It's in yours, and I pulled it out of the.
So I think, I can't remember whether.
The printed
FFA
copy is sort of, it's so small, you can't read
Yeah.
the printing.
They outline wherever your property.
I got it here.
Okay. There it is.
Yeah.
So Dave, can you point, Mr. Fuller, could you point out the two wetlands that you object to?
So I'd have to look to specifically where, I wanna coordinate like where my property is, so you have to like, wanna get too close, I'm gonna be camera. So. I'd have to have an image that showed where the boundaries were, right, of parcels. I wanna answer your question, I'm not trying to like not answer, but I don't wanna get it like wrong. I'm pretty certain that I may own the Little Scutney wetland, because it comes down from the mountain and, yep, and so you're gonna see, what road is this, right here, Little Scutney Road, and then you got Tarbell Hill, somebody answer that?
Yeah.
Tarbell Hill Road, yeah, so Little Scutney's here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I own, 130 acres that sweep in here and come all by that little cemetery on 106. So it comes as a block here and then it comes in here. And I know that this must be the Branch Brook right here, right? I'm guessing, Ryan, maybe?
Right.
this one here that follows 106, so Mike Stankovic lives here. Like on the side of 106.
But what's the
I'm
other
guessing
one?
that one, I'm guessing Little Scotty Woodland.
And what's the other one?
I'd have to take a look, so what was the other name?
Lottery Lane?
No, I think that's by Randy Brown, is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The outlet of that new, box number, where that outlet's
I
into.
think that's Randy Brown. Yes. So, I mean, there may be, maybe, I don't know, no, the North Branch. Well, I'm not sure, maybe that's on my property right there too, because what road is this, Lottery Lane? I think so.
Yes.
Somebody's on
Yeah.
Lottery Lane and Little Stutney Road?
No, yeah,
Yeah, then the North Branch wetland is,
okay,
uh,
thank you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that-
Ryan, just for clarifying, this did not identify these wetlands. They were identified already on an existing map, right? Encoded on an existing map.
Right, yeah.
So the debate is not whether, I mean, is whether we replace the code with any, that's simply it, right? That's my understanding.
Right, and if it's jurisdictional, it is, and if it's not, then it's not. The state has a list of class 1 and 2 wetlands. They have a list of criteria for determining whether a wetland that doesn't show up on their list as class 2 qualifies. It's based on area and function and things like that. But this isn't a delineation of those. I don't think that's anything that we want to be involved in.
Right,
I have a quick question, I don't know if you have the answer or not. If I own property and the state has named a body of water on that property, how would I go about arguing or pushing back with them about that classification? If I own 200 acres and all of a sudden that comes out and it says I have a swamp in the middle of 200 acres, I don't agree with that, who do I go to talk about that? Is there an avenue?
Yeah, I think A&R or the body who you're interacting with, if you found out about it, follow that through with whichever body. If it came up because of a regulatory thing, then you can work through that. It's probably similar to it with A&R. They have mapped deer wintering areas, which are often not accurate. And so there's a process for landowners to discuss with the state ecologist or biologist or something to reclassify those. So they'll go out and do a site visit and move things around. Typically, when it comes to permitting in wetlands and streams, they need some kind of a map, whether it's surveyed or not. A lot of times, if it's development that's occurring within a wetland, they'll require a professional delineation, and then they go out and inspect those things. So that's on the ground at the moment at the time of the project. This project overall is largely to make sure that people are talking about the same thing when they're talking about areas and resources.
Brandy, question?
So, just an example, Amsden Falls, what is the current name of Amsden Falls right now? Because you said it's a code, right? Piggybacking on what Nate, is there a way to put another column that says it's current code?
Potentially, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to confer with the different agencies that might or might not regulate that feature. So,
So is every single one of these coded right now on the map?
only if it's regulated by an organization.
I see.
So there might be streams that are not regulated by certain organizations. They don't recognize them. They don't have a code for them. They don't do anything with them. If a name, if we put a name on it, that doesn't change their regulatory, their jurisdictional classification.
How many of them are coded now versus not? Like,
I have no idea.
okay.
Mike,
So if that, I'll call it a path on Dave's property. Cause that's about what it looked like to me, something somebody could walk on and they wouldn't get their feet wet. If that was named a stream. And Dave decided he was gonna change his farming enterprise. And he wanted to build out there, and we've named that thing, can he move it now?
Move what?
Move the path, move it over.
Can he move the stream?
Can he move the path? I'm not gonna call it a
Okay,
stream.
all
I'm not
right,
gonna
yeah,
call it a
okay.
stream,
Yes, he
right?
can move the path. of water. If it's jurisdictional to an organization, he might need a permit, like if he needs, a stream alteration permit. Then
Okay,
he would need to go through that, but if it's not, because it's not perennial, then he wouldn't need a permit. So if it's 4 feet wide, then he would need to go to the town, if it's not 4 feet wide, then he wouldn't.
preface to this whole thing, I think there was some language that said that there wasn't a requirement for this document to list stream width and water depth and stuff like that. That didn't really matter. It does to me. That matters to me. I think that matters a lot. In fact, I wouldn't move forward with this personally without seeing every one of these things. Either this board goes out for a site visit on every single one of them, just like naming a road. Same thing. Gotta see it. Make sure there's water there. Make sure it's something that, my other concern is, and this is right from the top, the governor of the state of Vermont, we have a housing problem. And the more regulation that you throw in the path of future development, the more that's going to continue. I'm not sure we're going in the right direction. I'm not opposed to naming waterways that exist that have said, as Dave said, got flowing water in it, it's not gonna change. Branch Brook, you know, it's the Black River, Connecticut River. Those things are probably not gonna dry up. But I'm somebody who's been through a process where somebody tried to say, no, can't put it there, there's a stream there.
I see it.
And then that did get shot down at the Agency of Natural Resources. But we've also just been through an experience with the Agency of Natural Resources where we have found that they're kind of difficult to deal with. So to raise question, what do I do if I have a problem? Good luck. Pretty much is the answer at the end of the day there.
Mike,
Yes.
I got a couple of, back to Nate's point, some of these are already coded, which means they exist on the map. So we can't do anything about those. I think those ones are just being named something different, so they're easier to identify, right?
The state already knows what is in their regulatory oversight.
But the ones that haven't been coded, that we are giving names, is that new identification?
They're known drainages. You know, the board or the people who put the project together identified it because they're mapped somewhere. They're just the ones that are in this list are the major ones in town, with major being defined as that 200-acre watershed. So whether or not there's water flowing through it right now is I guess indicative of the size of the watershed and the function of that. But you know, any named brook can dry up and we just know that that's where all the water from that 200-acre area, or in the Plains Brook situation, it's an 800-acre watershed. So we know for a fact, based on the terrain, that all of that water is going to flow through that drainage path.
Okay,
Well,
I
that's
have one more question before we move on. To Mike's point, when we changed the classification of a road, we would have to hold a public hearing and a site visit. Do any of those statutory requirements exist for this naming project?
No, and I want to be really clear. It's because there are no regulatory impacts from this naming process. So I hear your point. We don't want to start over-regulating streams and making it hard for people to develop. And that's not what this project does at all. Because those streams are either regulated or they're not, regardless of whether this project goes forward or doesn't.
What are the setbacks on a brook?
If it's a perennial, I believe if it's a perennial stream as recognized by the state, there's a 50-foot setback on those things. They're already.
That's regulatory.
Exactly, but so that's not related to this project. That exists right now and will exist if this project fails or doesn't.
Okay, so what is the setback gonna be on Dave's path?
It looks like a 50-foot on the state map.
Okay, so you put a name on it and now it's a 50-foot setback.
No, it's 50-foot right now. No, before you call it a walkway, it still has a 50-foot setback. The state recognizes it that way. If he wanted to build something on it, he could either do it and not ask questions and just go ahead with it and see if there's like someone calls in or something, or he could reach out and say, I'm crossing a stream do I need a permit? And they come out and they make a decision on as to whether or not that's a jurisdictional waterway.
So that would happen right now, whether it has a name or not.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, hold on a second. August, I'm sorry, I knew you had your hand up, but I couldn't get you. Go ahead and talk.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm listening carefully with everything. And I want to say that, first of all, I do support in general naming our waterways. And I do support naming the waterway which flows through my property in Dave's Plains Brook. However, Dave has a valid point, and the valid point is naming versus categorization of a waterway. And in my research, I do think that part of the staffing of this has to be to ensure through A&R, we need to identify all of these waterways that are under consideration as to how the state categorizes them so there's no surprises. The Plains Brook does have intermittent periods, although there might be water settled into it right now, it's really not flowing like you would expect a brook to flow. And A&R, they categorize all of these water features, hydrologic categories, like they call them water course, which is perennial. And it distinguishes perennial versus intermittent or ephemeral streams. An ephemeral stream would be like when there's a big rainstorm and all of a sudden water's flowing through a ditch and it otherwise doesn't. Whereas Plains Brook is really, it's intermittent some years, or during severe droughts, it's very, very much like a trickle, like they said. So I think it does, he has a very valid point, which is we need to ensure that as we go through the naming of each of these water features, we understand how they're currently classified by A&R, so the property owners don't have surprises. So there's good understanding and transparency, and we address those fears, because that would be the same concern of mine, which is if something's not categorized, would the naming of it be impacted? More than likely, a categorization by A&R exists for each of these water features. So that's my only point. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave?
I would like Mr. Johnstone to weigh in. He came here, he's a former state official, is well versed in that, so I'd really like it if he could say something.
Okay. Oh, he's got a notebook. My name is Doug Johnstone. I just recently retired from the Agency of Agriculture. Regulatory investigator / inspector. I don't have a whole lot to add because I think you all have really brought up a lot of the points that I would have tried to raise. Waterways, water courses, whatever you want to call it, are regulated differently by different agencies, okay? I believe EPA is the highest authority with the Clean Water Act. They have the state lead agency, their partner for the Clean Water Act is A&R. The Agency of Agriculture also got a little bit involved in that with the required agricultural practices, okay? That all goes back to essentially a bill that was created, I think, in the 70s, the Clean Water. It's interesting. So EPA administers to the Clean Water Act, but they rely upon the states to do the work. If there's I think a federal violation, the Army Corps of Engineer is the enforcement leg for the Clean Water Act. So they put together a document called WOTUS, Waters of the United States. And their definition doesn't use intermittent stream. It uses, what is the term they use? Relatively permanent. And it says, water bodies must be relatively permanent, standing or continuously flowing waters connected to other tributaries or other waters. Excluded from waters of the United States are ditches excavated wholly in and draining only dry land and that do not carry a relatively permanent flow of water. So I guess the only point I would really bring up is I do believe that ditch over on, is it Water Lane or Little Stepping Road?
Little stuff.
I do believe that should not, in my opinion, should not qualify as any kind of a water course other than a ditch that is probably severely intermittent or relatively unpermanent. So, I guess I don't really have authority to say this, but I would encourage you, because I did regulate farms and other industries for 30 years. Regulations always come out, and they just keep making more regulations at the state house. It's gonna change. And there will be more regulation. I would just encourage to really, actually, I agree, get some boots on the ground and really examine these water bodies to make sure that you're going about it in the right direction. It's really all I have to say. Thank you very much. You have any questions?
It is, but your understanding is the same as ours, that these are already identified. And that we are not changing whether how they're regulated or not by.
Well, okay, so, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
but-
that's,
So for example, the required agricultural practices, the ditch only has to be buffered by 10 feet. But a stream, 25. So if you do 10 on one side and 10 on the other, that's 20 feet. But if you do 25, now you have 50 feet completely. So if you have the difference of, let's say, just 15 feet on one side, it's about 2,900 linear feet, and you have an acre that you've just lost. That you cannot choose your agricultural land use practices, that you're restricted on what you can do there. You could not plant an annual crop.
I understand all that, but this doesn't dictate that.
No. It's that-
That's what I'm just making sure that I understand that.
I just question whether or not you name that ditch, if it might become reclassified as a stream and not a ditch. That's the only.
But is it already named a stream even though it's a ditch? Is it show on the USGS map
Yeah.
as a stream?
Does it currently show on the USGS map as a stream?
It's a blue line,
But what is it identified as on the
There's no
USGS
name,
map?
but it just-
But it's a line,
blue line.
so it's a mapped line on the USGS map.
Yeah.
If we were to look at the code or the legend on the USGS map and see what a blue line means, what would it say? Stream, okay.
Well, I don't know. They could have different codes for different types of water lines. I don't know.
It would depend on the legend on the USGS map.
Right, I thought some of them were coded and some were not coded.
Right.
Okay, so when we name these. What happens?
We don't change the code, we don't change anything, we just give it a name. I think that the objection in the case of Plains Brook. The objection that I'm hearing is that once we label it Plains Brook, we've changed the designation from a ditch to a brook. And then it becomes subject to regulation that it's not currently as a ditch, is that correct?
The ditch I was speaking about is over on,
Little Scotty.
Little Stoney.
Little Scotty Brook, sorry.
yeah, that was an actual excavation.
That was an excavation. And by labeling it Little Escutney Brook, we inadvertently. Okay, I get the objection, so I guess, sorry, I'll stop there.
If you could, okay, I think this fellow behind you, if you could stand up and say who you are for our recording secretary.
Bruce Cox, Conservation Commission, and I asked Mr. Johnstone a question.
You sure may.
We've heard a lot about naming of streams. Triggering jurisdictional oversight. Do you provide documentation of that opinion?
Can I provide documentation?
The rules and regulations, not
suppose-
annotated.
I suppose probably it would take me a while, but over the course of the 30 years of my career, I saw the regulations increase and encompass more natural effects.
I think we have written comments from the Department of Agriculture saying naming a stream makes no difference whatsoever. It's water, it's already regulated. Department of Environmental Conservation, same thing. Naming something makes no difference at all. It's water, it's regulated. And, there's been an issue made out of this. You name something and all of a sudden, the sky is falling, I'm going to be regulated. If you all have, if the water is there, you're already regulated.
Right, and I think that's the question, is the water there?
Well, there are other definitions of water streams from different regulatory agencies and that one is tough. Environmental conservation talks about a drainage area of 0.5 square miles, I can't remember exactly what it is. And that it says a stream is a body of water over 1,500 feet in elevation, or that at any time flows at a rate less than 1.5 CFS. Which covers just about anything, and I don't want people getting misled by just because the other stream is dry. We are experiencing an extreme drought in this area. If you watch the news, there are streams in this area and all over the state that are flowing at rates less than has ever been recorded in over 100 years of stream flow gauging. So don't look out and say, "What's the drought?" You can't possibly be true. That's not right.
Ray?
I have a question, a couple questions for clarity. Not these.
Alright.
Just for clarity, you guys are not classifying any body of water. You are naming what was already classified by the state, yes or no?
Yes.
You did not change, are you changing any of the classifications as far as, like, I see that column says stream, falls, brook, creek, whatever. When you made up your name list, did you change anything from possibly a creek to a brook, or a brook to a stream, or a brook to a river? Is that was already provided, that last name was already provided by the state?
What we had done, I had checked Jeff's work. And we looked at maps, and it was where everything was on a map, every one of them had the blue line on it, whatever, and the names, certain falls, whatever, already were designated as a fall, so, yeah.
I guess my question for more so is, did the state provide a designation or a classification of what the body of water was? Or is the committee determining whether it's a creek, a brook, a stream?
In that table, it's labeled as the GNIS feature class, and those are all provided, and it doesn't break down the different types of streams. It's only streams or falls or wetland swamp.
And the last question I had is, did the committee at any time go out and add any features that they thought should be added that weren't on the list?
Say that again.
Did you go out, did anybody in this committee last since 2001 when it started, did you go out and say, well, Bob's Brook should be on there and it's not, and then add it?
No.
Has anything been added by this committee?
No, everything was on a map.
Already provided by the state with a designation and classification of what the body of water
You
was.
see that we have, longitude and latitude, that came off of a map online,
I just wanted to clarify.
yeah.
Yeah, and that list is reduced from, all the different waterways, that there are vastly more that are regulated than are being.
I can see confusion if I had a Bill's Brook behind my house and all of a sudden you guys named it Bill's Stream. If that didn't happen,
I think Jeff had asked some people and some, I kind of have the feeling, remembering that he went to some of these places and would ask people, the landowners, like, do you like this name? He had suggestions for names and wouldn't use anything. The Department of Libraries won't allow anything that's of somebody who's has been died for over 5 years. So anyway, so he asked people, I think.
I was more concerned with the last name of it.
With the what?
The last,
With the
so Bob's Brook, you guys did not turn it to Bob's River or Bob's Street.
I don't think so.
So the only feature class that's recognized for a alluvial channel of water is stream. And so the name that's applied, that's provided, whether it's brook or stream or river, it's basically based on what sounds appropriate. That's not a regulatory aspect. And just like Blakesley's Falls is one that's proposed to be named. There's a waterfall you might recognize on Route 5. It's a pretty steep cliff and water pours over that. And it's really spectacular when it's flowing. Right now, there's nothing there. So we could still call it Blakesley's Falls because we know that there's water that flows there. And we know that it's a waterfall a lot of the time. So just because it dries up doesn't mean that it's not a waterfall. It's just not.
Mr. Ainley, did you want to say something?
Yeah, on the changing regulation over time, that certainly will happen. And for example, we might be familiar in this room with the municipal roads general permit. We had a bunch of roads. The state decided that we should do something different with them. And they said, thou shall do different road maintenance, so we did. Right? I mean, municipal road general permit's 5 years old, something like that. So having a stream doesn't, the current regulations for streams will likely change. The name of it is unlikely to affect the whether it's jurisdictional or not in the eyes of the regulators. Unfortunately, anyway.
Boris, have her hand up, and then I'll get you name.
I'm assuming, I'm not gonna stick a pin in anybody's eye if we don't accept all of these names. Is this a full package deal, or can we say we accept these but not these?
Yeah, we haven't gotten any feedback as to which ones, should be changed or anything. We've never really gotten past this regulatory question, and I think we've gone back to get as many answers as possible to try and figure out, does the name change anything? That's that specific aspect. And I mean, in my opinion, it's been beat to death, and I think it's clear, but I know Dave disagrees.
Well, I would like to make a motion regarding these, but I wanted to make sure it didn't have to be 100% package. And if
Yeah,
we're
just
done
a suggestion
beating us
to
forced to death,
increase
we
like
can
the
have-
minimum
we
watershed
call a
size or
motion
something.
or call a question or
Let Nathan
something.
say something, yeah.
I was simply gonna make a motion to accept this summary as proposed, that's where
I was just gonna make the exception of a couple of rows. But that's your motion, so
Yeah, I would accept it as proposed, that would be
I'll second it.
my motion.
Okay, any discussion on the
I
board?
I just feel like we've had the same, I mean, Dave was on the board, we had the same conversation. I haven't seen any evidence that this conversation hasn't changed, right? And what I'm hearing over and over is it doesn't have a regulation impact on the regulatory status of the size of those waterways. And that it is what it is, what on Surface Valley, who it's naming is the GIS line.
Right,
I would say you're correct. We don't have any evidence. You haven't been out there. You haven't walked on all of them, have you? Or have you?
I have not walked on.
So you don't have any evidence.
That's evidence of something else done.
So, yeah. I without site visits to actually look at these things and see, not all of them. I'm sure there are some of them are streams, qualify as streams, but I've listened to the argument, I get it, but I don't think naming what I would call a ditch, because I think Bruce, you said something about we're in a drought. Well, what if we weren't in a drought? I've got the floor, thank you. If we were not in a drought, let's say we're having lots of storms, well, there's probably gonna be a lot more ditches. Are you gonna go out and name all of those too? It's just it's the opposite of what your argument is. We're in a drought, so there isn't any water, and that's not good evidence. Well, if it was super wet, that wouldn't be good evidence either. So no, I'm a no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna call. It's on the floor, we'll take a vote, all those in favor of accepting this waterways naming proposal as is. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, signify by saying nay.
Nay?
I'm an A. The ayes carry. Guess it goes on.
Thank you, Nate, but you didn't hear what I said at all.
Memorial Grove Committee discussion.
Okay, so in this case, I'll be representing the Ryan Gilmark as the tree warden. I've received a couple of inquiries about planting new memorial trees in Central Memorial Grove. One is for a resident who was a volunteer who recently passed away, and I actually don't have the details of the second inquiry. It was just sort of a general, is this something that the town allows? And basically so I asked a few people, the past tree warden and people who caretake that property, whether or not we have a process for doing that, and basically there's nothing formalized. We have a list of memorial trees that have been planted after the establishment of the grove. It's held in the center meeting house. And so that was kind of what initiated the discussion. So I think there's two things that I'm asking for your guidance on. One is for approval to plant 2 new trees. And in the memo I wrote up, I think that there's one easy choice location where a smaller tree has died. It's like a 3 or 4 inch sugar maple that didn't make it, so we can replant one in that location. And then there's an open space, I guess towards the north. It's still within the grove and everything that seems like there's enough opening in the canopy to successfully establish a new tree there. And so that's one aspect, and then the other is there's a lot of feedback that the town has gotten about the management of that property, and it's on both sides of the aisle. It's not being mowed enough, or it's being mowed too much. And then there's questions about the health of the trees and how should it be mowed and how should we maintain it, and so it's a pretty complicated issue to try and evaluate the soils and the health of the tree and the landscaping protocol so that people can have, the enjoyment of that space that they're entitled to. It's a public space for picnicking, different things like that. A lot of weddings are held, and we don't really have a comprehensive plan that says that this is what should be done in the long term for the longevity of the trees. And a lot of times it's sort of been reactive, but we pruned dead limbs last year with some ARPA money. And that was basically, Ray had said, hey, there's a lot of dead limbs and it's a safety hazard. And we said, okay, so it's sort of been reactive. And I think the direction that we're headed with town properties more broadly is we need to know what we have, who are the different stakeholders, people who have memorial trees planted on different properties, like it's come up with the Hoisington Field. There's some memorial plants and trees and things. We should have that all documented. And then have some baseline inventory of what's there and what needs to be done to keep it healthy. So what was proposed is a committee that would be a subcommittee of the Conservation Commission, which would be appointed by this board. Wouldn't have any authority, but they would be charged with the creation of a management plan for the property. It would be comprised of stakeholders. What's proposed is I think 3 members, 2 or 3 members from the Conservation Commission, someone from the Historical Society, and then a couple openings. I think what was suggested was maybe a 5 or 7. I can't remember.
We got 5, 2 conservation people, 1 historical, and 2 residents.
So that was what we sort of had discussed. That's open to any of your thoughts. It would be good to have at least someone from the church, and then Naomi, who basically caretake that. They would have, and I think they administer weddings and things like that. So that's what we're suggesting. For one, asking for approval for those 2 plantings, and then to the formation of a subcommittee of the conservation.
Where are you getting the money from for the trees?
They would be provided by the
donors?
Yes.
Is there a motion? Yes. Who would oversee the planting of these trees?
So I think I would work it out as the tree warden with the donors to see if they're having a ceremony or something like that. I don't need to be at the ceremony to see that it's done, but I might dig the hole and show them the location and sort of go over proper planting procedure. And then it's not formalized in any way, but I think it makes sense they would be responsible for that first year in terms of watering and things like that. And then after a certain amount of time, I'm just throwing out the year, it becomes part of the memorial grove. And under the management of whoever becomes that caretaker. Which would be part of what's determined in that, by that committee. You know, who are the different stakeholders and who should care for it.
Right?
Is there a, I had written down a question, is there a Center Grove committee already or a board of trustees for that?
I think there may have been at one time, and no one that we talked to said that there's anything that's ongoing.
No.
I always thought Patty Harrison had something to do with all that up there.
Patty Harrison was one of the people who we consulted.
Okay.
Right.
With that being a national dedicated grove, is there any federal laws that regulate how it's maintained? Or just a designation?
I think, that would be up to the committee to figure out, the subcommittee.
So anything on the National Register is regulated only insofar as it federal money is being provided to do some kind of work. If there was a federal grant to repair a portion of to do some kind of work that was funded by the federal government, they need to meet certain standards in terms of, it's usually related to highway construction and signage. But other than that, there's no regulatory aspect to being on the registry unless the town had their own standalone bylaw that regulated sites on that list.
Thank you.
Brendan, is there a concern or difference between like a committee or a board of trustees? Is there a difference between the,
Absolutely.
can you explain that?
So a board of trustees would oversee a building like Martin Memorial Hall, for example. This building has the select board recently developed a policy. But it was in the deed, it specified that 3 members of the board of Martin Memorial Hall Board of Trustees would exist to do certain things for the building. So they're like trustees of the building that have powers granted through a legal document. Whereas the committee is appointed by the select board. However, it also specified in the deed for Martin Memorial Hall that the select board would appoint 3 people.
But how does that different hierarchy work as far as, you know, when there's an issue of some sort and we have to take care of something or do something, move. I just want to get clear on where we're, sometimes we want to go here.
I think this board would appoint a committee, not a board of trustees, because there's no legal document that specifies
Okay.
the board would need to do that.
Okay.
In this case, you may want to develop, like the Parks and Recreation Commission has a policy that the select board created a scope of work for the Parks and Recreation Commission, the Conservation Commission. I believe there's even bylaws attached to it.
So we would have to create that similar type document for.
That would be my recommendation for this committee. Which you already spelled that out in this document here.
Yeah, and we had got a legal opinion from VLCT to see how it ought to be structured. And I think what we resolved to was that if it's nested under the Conservation Commission, that committee can work on that plan over the year or whatever it takes. Working with the Conservation Commission, since they're in charge of overseeing natural, historic, and scenic resources such as this. They could collaborate and make that plan, and then ultimately it would be reported back to here, as opposed to a standalone committee not nested under the Conservation Commission, where they're coming here on a regular basis for questions and answers and thinking through the project.
And you're proposing a subcommittee from the Conservation Commission that would be appointed by the Select Board or the Conservation Commission?
By the Select Board.
Okay.
And it could include Conservation Commission members and pretty much anyone who this board appoints. That was kind of the main question, was if it was nested under the Conservation Commission, can people from outside join that committee, or does it have to only be Conservation Commission members? And it can be anybody from outside. So,
I was always under the assumption that a subcommittee would be appointed by the committee itself.
That is one option, so the Conservation Commission can create a subcommittee of their own members to work on a specific project. And this is basically another option. I think the term subcommittee or committee isn't something that's real softened.
So the Memorial Grove Committee, are you recommending that it's a standalone committee or a committee that operates under the Conservation Commission?
It would report to the Conservation Commission.
It's a subcommittee off then.
I think that's the clearest way to explain it, but it's not like a defined term in statute that a subcommittee is such and such. But I think to think about it in terms of hierarchy, it probably makes sense to call it a subcommittee, just because it reports to the Conservation Commission.
It would be my recommendation in either case, if it's a subcommittee under the Conservation Commission, since the Conservation Commission already operates under a town policy, that policy could be amended to include this, or have the Memorial Grove Committee have its own policy. And then we go through 3 readings and you guys could determine what its duties and responsibilities are for.
Yeah, it really just, I'm sorry.
The fourth.
Yep.
Sorry.
You wouldn't be creating a board of trustees though, Mike.
She had her hand up.
Is it necessary for this committee? I think the committee's a great idea, and I like the suggested constitution of it. My question is, why does it have to be associated or report directly to the Conservation Commission? Is there a reason it cannot be a standalone committee of the town?
No, it can.
I think it absolutely can be.
I prefer that to, just personally, to having it tied to the Conservation Commission. This is town-owned property, and I think that this is a valuable thing to do, and creating a master plan should be its first step, and then I don't see it dissolving after that if we have enough people to serve on it to oversee that. I just don't see the value or the need to have it tied to the Conservation Commission.
I didn't see the value either. Brian, could you speak to the value?
Yeah, so I guess the only reason would just be to expedite the formation of the management plan, so they have that group to I guess because the Conservation Commission has been working with this specific issue for a while. But there, I don't think there's any reason that it needs to be nested under that way, other than rather than slow down the select board meetings as they come in and say, what about these ideas and this, the content of the management plan.
But there's no reason they couldn't collaborate with the
Right.
Conservation Commission to make it more
I-
efficient. If you have information they can benefit from, or since you've got members of the Conservation Commission that would serve on this committee,
Mhm.
would that not create that bridge?
Right, it would.
Mike,
Oh, no,
We forgot what he was gonna say.
no, she's pretty much covered.
Okay.
And it's okay.
So,
I think-
no, I think it can be its own standalone thing. We just were thinking specifically about who they're gonna be bouncing ideas off of, and it'd be easier to.
and I have one more question, relating to the planting of the 2 trees. How does the Historical Society feel about the extra tree? I know one's replacing a tree, but this would be asking for 2.
I think if it stays, Ellen Plattenberg, if it stays in the alignment of those LAs that were pointed out to us. And Ryan, as tree warden, really has initiative to do that or not. It hasn't been perfect. The most important places are the alignment coming from the church around the memorial down toward the other end, the south end, but toward the road, which I believe is where you're looking. It's, yes, the Historical Society has no objection.
So is it okay to have the Historical Society aware of where that extra tree is gonna go before you dig the hole?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Rita?
I was under the impression all along that there was a specific number of trees in that grove that was related to the number of soldiers lost in the Civil War or something like that, no? Oh, I've all along thought there was a very specific.
You read the wrong book.
I guess I did.
Well, I think it's been I think that there have been many theories, but nothing was ever documented. So, and even the year they were planted is not clearly documented.
Right?
I've been dealing with the maintenance of that facility for a long time. The biggest issue I have is there's a lot of passion from a lot of different organizations that want input. And if we can solve how to give all those voices a place to go and have it be one voice that comes out as an answer of how it's taken care of, would greatly reduce my stress. I mean, I love the passion and I appreciate it and I respect it, but there's so many different opinions that you have this committee or this commission or this person or this group all having different ideas. They're just trying to form, I think they're trying to form something to get all those people together into one thing.
Yeah.
Before they come here.
Yeah.
Correct. And then if you had a separate committee, you're gonna be talking to the Memorial Grove Committee and then the Conservation Committee, then you're gonna have the Historical Society, up their communities. They're trying to solve that, so it's all funneled through and then up to you guys.
And that would be the subcommittee to the commission, the Conservation Commission, which would then create that.
Right,
Sort of.
I just think it's really important that they identify all the groups that have an active interest in that. And get them involved for their input.
The legal opinion, it works either way. Either way you do it, it works.
So the first thing we need to do is we need to vote on whether we want him to be able to plant 2 trees.
I make a motion to allow the 2 new sugar maples to be planted in the Memorial Grove under the supervision of the tree warden and in agreement with the Historical Society on the location of the extra tree.
Second.
Any discussion?
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Ryan, I noticed in your wording that you don't actually recommend that it's okay to move forward with planting those trees. Are you in agreement as the tree warden with planting those trees?
Yes. He approves on the list.
On the last part, oh, see, I just need to read those to you. There you go. Cool.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Now, the committee discussion. I think that's something that we do like we do the other ones where they have to send in a form.
Well, we haven't created it yet.
But how do we create it?
By a motion.
Okay.
And then you would create the roster with its mission and seat
Yeah.
makeup and term limits and all of that.
I would recommend developing a policy consistent with what you have for the Conservation Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission, which is here. It lays out its purpose and mission, its organization, meetings, etc.
So do you want us to create the committee first and then you go ahead and flesh out those details? Or does
That's
that?
fine. I think it goes back to what we were working on earlier this year with the rosters and how you guys asked to put the mission and purpose within the rosters to send it out to the committee members. So I think looking into the future, it would be good to have policy and procedures for each board.
Well, this is not a statutory board, so yes, we would define its
Yes,
mission, its
exactly.
purpose. That's important for us
Okay.
as well as this committee.
The
But
motion is,
if we,
But if it's a.
we don't have a motion for
no,
this
I
yet.
was gonna make a motion.
If it's created now without a purpose and mission, what would it do?
Well, it wouldn't do anything because there ain't any members yet either.
Right.
That's what I was gonna say.
I guess it's a chicken or egg thing. Do we want to create a committee whose bare bones fundamentals are to create a master plan for the Memorial Grove?
Yeah.
And may or may not continue oversight of it into the future. Do you need more than that? Cause isn't that what you're asking for?
It's either whether you want to create it through policy or through emotion.
May I?
Yeah.
I think right now, if you want to create a committee, just a motion to create a subcommittee, if you want it to be some or standing committee, whichever one you want, for the Center Grove Memorial. That's it.
Details to be
Doesn't,
determined.
it's, everything else comes before policy. Then you get your policy and then you receive your applications and you appoint the people and moving
All
forward.
right, one last thing before we vote for it.
Well, it sounds like there's consensus and I was gonna speak to the other direction. I like the idea of making the policy first and then that, you know, the structure of that is gonna be.
It's gotta be different.
I agree, yeah,
It just seems cleaner and then everyone knows what the motion's gonna be and that can be laid out and all those questions about.
So your policy would be what you want this committee to do and how long it would last.
And who is, and who makes it up.
I would feel much more comfortable with that defined ahead of
So
time,
let's do that.
right?
Ahead of
I'm good with that.
Yep.
I'm good with that.
Why?
Are you good with that?
Doesn't matter.
That means
It's
you
not
have to
the rest
wait.
of the
We
committee
have to do
to-
it tonight.
I personally, I think it makes more sense.
Okay.
Can we have the policy and stuff ready by the next meeting? So
Yeah.
we can vote on it then? Okay.
It's pretty simple to push together and then.
You're right.
So.
Let's get close to 9 o'clock.
For the next agenda, not future, next.
I don't mean to slow it down, just slow it down right, so we have a solid. structure
That's
going.
fine. No objections.
Okay.
So you're good with the trees? Okay.
Rules of procedure VLCT model policy.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you for coming.
It's almost as much fun as planning commission, eh?
Oh, I don't know, might be more fun.
Yeah, I'll say, I'll talk to you on.
Good night, Ray.
What is the expectation for this?
In the last meeting, I was asked to provide this as a foundation to discuss going forward. So,
And move it to the next meeting, so I have time to look at
I think that's okay. That's all
I don't think you can move it tonight anyway, and if you recognize me, and I'll tell you
it.
why.
Okay, go ahead.
This is created by VLCT and it has brackets inside where there are clear selections that you have to make, and we haven't made those yet.
Okay. I just hadn't had time
That's
I
a,
did, can I send them to you?
Absolutely, yeah. I haven't looked at
It's
his last
going
one
to-
yet, I haven't looked at August comments yet either. So I'm not
to.
prepared.
Okay,
Yeah, and I'm not sure that this does cover all the questions you raised in your
Okay.
first memo. That was quite comprehensive, the questions that you raised, and I was under the assumption that this model would cover all of those. I didn't have it next to me when I went through this, but
Okay,
I think that would be a good exercise, because I think a lot of the points you raised in your memo were important.
thank you.
But I did go and fill in all the blanks on this one. And there were questions that clearly we needed to talk about.
does this,
Some of them are easy to fill in, but the others we need to talk about.
somewhere in here, does it? Doesn't it start off kind of with the basics
Yeah.
of like running a meeting,
Yeah.
Robert's rules of order type stuff, right?
Yeah.
Does it at any point make reference to Robert's rules of order being
No.
the default?
No, the introduction to the model says it's based loosely on that, but it is not solely on that. These rules, model rules, do not closely adhere to Robert's Rules of Order. They do recognize its utility by incorporating the more familiar and easier to follow elements that we believe best enable public bodies to conduct their business in an orderly fashion.
I think somewhere in there, because I have read these, but it does not cover all of the rules, and there are several areas that you're gonna wanna have definitions from that come from Robert's Rules of Order, and I think you have to include that is your default for decision making when it's outside of what's on this or in this document.
That certainly could be added.
Yeah, that's what I'm
This
suggesting.
was just a beginning point.
There's well, some of the things that are really important, I've talked about them before. A 2/3 vote. Robert's Rules of Order specifically does not call that a 2/3 majority vote. It's a 2/3 vote because that's the number that needs to be attained in a percentage of your board. It becomes important mostly when previous question is called. They used to call that, I call the question. you're ceasing debate, which means somebody's not getting to ask their question or make their point. And that requires a 2/3 vote.
Are you advocating for a 2/3 vote or a majority? vote?
No, all I'm advocating for is an explanation of why I think Robert's Rules of Order should be the default go-to if the answer is not in the document that we have.
Yeah.
That's where we're gonna go look for the answer. It's
Some
just
of our-
somehow needs to be there.
Some of the select board's votes do require. a
That's
2/3.
what I was just explaining. The previous question stops debate.
Yeah.
And it's non-debatable. You know, you call the question, everything stops, and you have to take a vote on calling the question. And for this board, does everybody know that a 2/3 vote for this board, our quorum is 3. A 2/3 vote is 4. Requires 4 votes. It's not a majority vote, it's 2/3. So you have to do the math. And 3 people just doesn't get you there. It requires 4 people to agree to stop debate. Which I think those are important types of things that are not here, that are in the rules, and that's why I'm just advocating that Robert's Rules of Order be the backup for answering any issues that aren't covered by what these rules say. These are fine. I like this. I like what's here. But Robert's Rules of Order needs to be the default. It's not that big. Most of it doesn't really apply to what we do, but there is stuff in there that matters.
Got that?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 14. The reading of the Code of Ethics Investigation and Enforcement Ordinance for the second reading.
So Nate had pointed out in the last meeting that there were some things that weren't filled out.
Yeah.
Those have been filled out at this point.
Excuse me.
Those are the only changes.
Hate to be late to this party, but I don't understand why we list a building inspector, chief administrative officer, a first constable, a mayor, a village or town trustees, and a water commissioner under the list of municipal officers.
I was
Like,
appointed.
we
to
don't
every one
have
of those.
those, and then,
So we do, so the town manager is the chief administrative officer, is that chief.
okay, so we'll keep that one, but what about the other ones?
The other one is that's a really good point.
It's confusing to
Integrated.
have positions that we don't have and probably never will.
Yeah, we can.
I could not agree more.
Can we get rid of some of them
Absolutely,
Absolutely.
for the next reading,
yes.
for the final reading? Any other changes before we get to the final one for next meeting?
Can I be mayor?
I'm curious there was a typo under.
Are you asking for a motion, Mike?
You asked for questions. I asked a question.
Under 1A, 1, 2, 3, 4, under B on page 3, enforcement against appointed officers is a typo. In the third line, it says in section SA, it should say section 5A.
I'm sorry, Forrest, can you repeat that section?
Absolutely. If it's on page 3 of 4, it's in section 5, enforcement, and it's letter B. The third line down.
I see it.
Section SA, oh yeah, it doesn't have, it's not completed, yeah.
Should be 5A. Designated complaint recipients means, why do we have council? Do we have councils in Weathersfield? We don't have councils in Weathersfield. That's item E, section 3.
Giving options that we could make.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
never
I take
mind.
that back, I didn't go through with the fine tooth comb.
Getting stupid at this hour. Teeny tiny typo, section 4, item C. Designated complaint recipient will conduct a prompt, thorough, and impartial investigation of all municipal ethics codes. Complaints should be plural. It says complaint, it should say complaints. Shutting up.
I appreciate the review.
Oh, I'm sure.
I do, because it's better to find it and correct it now than to find it after it's already.
At this hour, it's just plain bloody annoying, but.
Okay, well, to make just go on to a third reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I agree.
Okay. Any abstentions?
Who made the motion?
And he wanted to be mayor.
Now, who made the
Who
motion?
made the motion? I did. Oh. I didn't get a second.
Then there's no, you can't move.
All right, let's do it again.
After motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we accept the Code of Ethics Investigation Enforcement Ordinance for the second reading.
Second.
Any discussion, any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Okay. Town manager update.
Your favorite part of the meeting?
Make it quick, it's 9:02.
You knew it was getting to 9 o'clock, I start getting stupid.
So we made, well, first, we advertised the highway position, we advertised the transfer station position, and an executive secretary position to do all the minutes in town.
Great
keep them
idea.
Consistent, and we appointed, Stephanie, she's here tonight,
Welcome aboard.
and we.
Urged a bundle of joy.
We are very happy to have her. We also appointed Jeremy Curry from the Springfield Water Department. He worked for the Highway Department for quite some time, since 2014. And then he most recently is the chief water operator for the town of Springfield. And he applied for a highway position. And when we did our interviews, we thought that it would be great if he also did the water department, because he was our backup water operator, to give you some background, when our current water operator lost his license. And he did that just because he lapsed on his courses during COVID. They moved on the courses online. So we contracted with Jeremy to be the water operator for the Escutney Water District. So Jeremy will be full-time at the highway department, but then outside of that, he will be the water director for the Escutney Water District and operate under me as water district manager. So he'll be the one going to meetings, similar to how Ray is the highway superintendent, he'll be the water director. Water director gave him a $4,000 stipend to do that. It's something the water district has needed for a very long time. I've been trying to maintain, but it's grown to the point where, well, not grown, but it's doing what it needs to do. To the point where it needed another person. Any questions about that appointment? Tonight we appointed, or I appointed 4 fire captains. Ben Waters. Travis Compo. Zach White. And the other is Tommy. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's not in your report.
Tommy Seawall. Yes, it just happened tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we advertised the position, Tommy Seawall, Ben Waters, Travis Compo, and Zach White were all appointed to the position of fire captain. So our office structure is complete at this point, and we're about to advertise firefighter positions and then do the same. The transfer station job has not been filled at this time. We do plan on extending an offer to somebody this week, so it's getting to the date, a little tired.
We lose from the transfer station.
Dave.
Victim.
He wants to return.
Political signs in Weathersfield, so the board asked me to tailor the guide to political signs for the town of Weathersfield. That's been done. Do you want to talk about that at all tonight?
It's given the lateness of the hour and I had a lot of questions. I thought it was great. It was a great start, but I had a lot of questions and we could table it to the next meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll continue it in my report until the next meeting.
Thanks.
I don't know if you guys want to put it as a physical agenda item again, or if you want to just talk about it in my report. So
Let's make it an my vote is to make it an agenda item.
I think it's request for bids. We advertised the winter fuel RFP and diesel fuel RFP. So those will be due on 10/2. I want to bring those bids forward to the select board just for review, and approval, even though the purchasing policy allows me to award it, I think this one exceeds the $20,000 threshold.
Yeah.
Collectively throughout the year, so. Weathersfield Center Road Culvert Replacement RFP, that was due, that'll be due on 9/25, so it'll be at the next meeting for review on 10/13. Still haven't decided if we're putting out a bid for paving this year, waiting for the Morning Hall Board of Trustees meeting. The 7219 Vermont Route 106 project, those bids came back last week.
Can you refresh our memory on what that is?
So that project, it's a resident right before the Reading line. During the July 2023 floods, the bank caved in again, just like it did in Irene.
Yeah.
Dwight Jarvis did the project back then. Same thing happened again, but it got closer to the house, so it was actually like only this much space between the house and the bank for the strip, which is like 20-foot drop. So NRCS gave, NRCS is funding the project for the resident. The town has to sponsor the project. All the money goes through our procurement policies. And then we do the request for bids and so forth, and so forward. Okay. That was gonna be on the agenda tonight for approval. But the bids came back double what the award was. So they awarded 42,000. Both bid was 90,000.
Oh my God. Isn't this a case of what we just talked about under the flood resiliency
Yeah.
chapter? That we repair something, and no sooner it gets repaired, it gets wiped out again, and then we repair it again. This
Yeah.
is the same thing.
But this repair, they're doing more mitigation with this repair. It's much more than it was last time. So, but the 42,000 isn't sufficient to cover the cost. So I contacted NRCS and we're waiting to see if they're going to increase the award. They told me today that they're gonna, we already missed the deadline for an amendment contract with them. So we have to push the project back until spring. And I said, the town agreed to sponsor this project. Not to keep doing our work over and over again. It's a lot of work to do a request for bid.
Yeah.
For a project that they're not gonna fund this year and we have to rebid it again. That's not.
Is the
fair.
town being reimbursed for administrative costs?
It is, but we've far exceeded those administrative costs at this point. So now we're gonna have to bid it again. So I pushed back today and I'm hoping within a week or so, they'll make an exception, but if they don't, then we'll have to ask for more administrative costs.
How bound are we to this agreement to sponsor this project?
It's the only way that the resident can get the funding from the NRCS. We sponsor it back in Irene as well. So the way that they work is that municipality becomes the sponsor. And then the contract is between NRCS and the town, and we implement the contract.
How did
Which
we
is
get
the funding
sucked
for
into
the
that?
project. It is a little redundant, but that's what we,
And this property is in Weathersfield.
yes, yep. It's the Giamateos.
So I'm not in favor of the town spending any money that we
Me
shouldn't
neither.
be spending. Or using up any more of your time than you had agreed to.
I
So
agree.
push hard.
I will. I sent an email today. I can forward it to you just so you understand, like, you know what's going on. And we'll see what they say. The goal is to make the resident whole. Because at this point, they also have to move their house.
Yeah,
So
they
they
should
have-
have to move their house. It's in a bad spot.
They had planned to move their house this fall, but this project has to come first and then they move their house, I guess. So
How does that mean?
if this project doesn't move forward in the spring, then that project may also move into the spring.
Is this a property that would qualify for the FEMA buyout?
Potentially, if the house isn't moved.
It's a perfect candidate.
Yeah,
This is twice now. And
It
as
is.
the brook is getting closer to the house.
I just don't know if they want to sell.
I don't know if I want to pay for all this through my taxes either.
Well, and I'm concerned also that if we wait till spring and if we to do anything and we end up with anything resembling what we got this spring, let alone more water.
It'll be gone.
I think that's
It's
what
gonna
we're
be-
being.
Move forward, it's not even gonna be there.
I think that's what their concern is if the project doesn't happen this fall, then there's more floods in the spring, if the host will actually.
Fall in the brook, stream, creek,
That's true.
ditch.
Waterway.
Does
it have a name?
So I will keep you guys updated, anybody that wants to see any of the plans, I can forward them over to you. Town fair's coming up, just another reminder, I know I told you guys last time, town office will be closed on October 8th. We have a lot of stuff coming up. We are going to try our hardest to get the upcoming items on the next agenda so that we can start discussing them early. But it'll be the FY 27 cost of living adjustment, 2026 health insurance study.
Those are the wrong date, just so you know, it's the 14th, not the 13th.
Yeah.
Oh.
That.
Yeah, that's all right.
We're closed on the 13th. For one, so.
Yeah.
So our meeting is the next day.
14th, okay, it's Tuesday.
Fire truck financing. Appointed officials handbook. Our first quarterly finance report. And then. I'd also like to do FY 27 budget priorities. To understand with what priorities the board wants to set for the FY 27 budget. The earlier I can get those, the smoother budget season goes.
To our Christmas list.
Policies and procedures, credit card policy is ready. We're working on the personnel policy. Fireworks policy is almost complete. Razor cash management policy is ready. And then. We're in review with the ethics ordinance and the rules of procedure.
Okay. There's no appointments. So, is there any other business? You see one?
Well, I had something just a second ago. I just wanted to make an announcement. Planning Commission is gonna meet next Monday, right?
Correct.
That's not a regularly scheduled meeting. It's a fifth Monday, so there normally would be nothing, but we're trying to get the town plan done and working through, so we scheduled a meeting for Monday.
When do you anticipate completion, Mike?
Yesterday.
Cause I have a strategic plan to develop over the town plan, so.
Ryan could probably answer that better than I can.
Okay.
We've got a ways to go still. Go ahead, Ryan.
My guess is that we will have gone through and have basically what we've been saying, our final drafts ready to bring brought the select board in individually. I think we'll probably have gotten through all the chapters, hopefully by the end of next month, so 2 meetings, hopefully we can.
Okay.
Maybe 3, and then after that,
Budget season.
then after that, it's a little bit more of a holistic look, and we'll be reviewing the goals, policies, and objective sections to make sure those all align, so it'll be a little bit more fine tuning stuff.
Okay.
My suggestion is that when we are ready to send that plan up to the select board, that those are special meetings. Not regularly scheduled meetings.
Especially if it falls in budget season. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, well, kind of does that. I don't think it really matters. We're always busy. Look what time it is tonight.
Yeah, but budget season takes it pretty.
Budget season is a totally different animal, you're right. No, I agree with you, yeah. That was my suggestion back at the planning commission,
I'm okay with that.
that we shouldn't try to cram that into a regularly scheduled meeting. You'll be here till midnight.
Yeah.
How many elements, town plan?
I think there's 10 or 11, maybe 12 chapters.
Yeah,
Yeah, but we have a budget coming up too, so we don't wanna. Yeah.
well, that's why we're sending it here one at a time, so we
Yeah.
kind of get through it, make it easier, but when we do the final town plan, that's a hearing.
Yeah.
And. Yeah.
Okay, approve the warrant.
Make a motion to approve the warrants. Anybody else want to do this? I don't have to just jump right in and do it.
You got your glasses?
I do. They're all scratched up.
Just read between the lines.
Motion to approve the warrants. For the date, yes, that's why I tried to do that. Warrants for the date September 22nd, 2025. General fund payroll total $16,962.49. Operating expense $30,409.09. Highway fund payroll total $9,799.28. Operating expense $33,094.06. Solid waste management payroll total $2,224.37. Operating expense $19,508.28. Library payroll total $2,464.98. Library M&T fundraising First Light Library Internet Grant Michelle Balderin LARB construction total. Operating expense $7,739.80. Grand totals payroll $31,451.12. Operating expense $90,751.23.
Second. My list. Okay, bottom of page 1, general fund. Why do we have late fees again?
Can you repeat?
Ferguson Waterwork and First Light. Page 2. Page 2. 1 of 4. Page 2, 4.
I'll have to check with the accountant to fully.
I find it hard to believe that we have late fees when we pay our bills twice a month.
Sometimes I don't want to misspeak, so.
Yeah, no.
I'll talk to the accountant.
And what is the September training and mileage?
Where's that?
Where?
It's on page 2 of 4, under general fund, almost down to the bottom. You'll see 1, 2, 3, right above the library,
Training and mileage.
from the bottom there. Yeah, what is that for? It's all M&T Bank, so it must have been a credit card. Next meeting? You don't,
I can look it up real quick.
Would that be an event that y'all went
It is,
to?
I don't know the specific one off the top of my head, I have to look.
Yeah. Yeah, in other words, it's not really M&T Bank. M&T Bank is credit card, it was charged to paid expenses to go to like a training seminar.
yeah,
And paid travel mileage, et cetera, et cetera.
well, don't look up the specifics, I
believe it was from a recent conference that Steve Fire and Florian went to. And that was mileage and expenses for that day.
okay.
I don't want to misspeak though. I have to
Well,
confirm.
I'd like to go back to where the page that Mike just read the warrants on. I really have a problem, and it just gets me every time that we read the warrant. Library only has payroll, but yet, how do they maintain their electric? Their phone, all the stuff that they buy appears in the general fund, but that should appear up under operating expenses on the warrant on the first page.
Rika, you were on the library board of trustees, right? So the library board of trustees, they are elected officials who approve a warrant monthly. And when they do that, they approve the operating expenses. The auditors wanted the select board to approve the payroll part because I actually signed the payroll for the library. Due to our combined accounting.
Well, I'm not saying that you don't, but they still have operating expenses that are appearing in our general fund.
But we don't vote on them. Their board does.
They're typically already voted on by the board of trustees. It's a peculiar relationship that Steve and I have discussed to death.
Okay.
And the library trustees have discussed them.
But I can assure you that the way that it's accounted for and approved.
But it makes people think when you're looking at this, that they have nothing but payroll that you're paying out of the library fund.
But there is a separate warrant for the library.
But the people don't know that.
Yeah.
I just, that
We
just,
could include the library warrant, just so as a reference within the packet. If you guys would like to review that as well.
and we pay their salary. They're included in, are they included in all of our benefits as well?
They are, and the reason we do that is to save money. There has been discussion in the past about doing a special article, but if we did that, we would have to have separate accountant, separate payroll, separate. So it would end up costing the town overall more money if it was separated.
Right.
Because they are like their own entity.
Unless there was the 100% separation, then it would cost us less. I see your point, though. As long, I don't see the library going anywhere, so yes, I
The
understand.
relationship between the town and the library is very good. Mark and I go over his budget quarterly. We develop the budget together, I present the budget to the library board of trustees. It's just, they are elected and they do approve a warrant. But some things have to go on in the warrant that are already approved. I know it's strange.
The overall, but they submit an overall budget to us that's included in our general fund that includes those. They just vote on authorizing those. They have to stay within their budget and
Yeah.
we do the payroll.
Yes.
That's all. That's all it is.
Exactly. There you go.
Okay. All those in favor of the warrant signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Executive session, BSA 313(1)(e).
What is this for?
What?
What is this for?
So this is for two legal issues and a personnel.
Okay, I make a motion to go into executive session under VSA 1, section 313(1)(e).
There's a second?
Legal and professional. Anybody else need to be included?
I'd
Brandon?
like to include Ryan, and then it's the board's. I think we usually have to, we release the recording secretary at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you are free to go.
Is there a second?
And if it's okay.
Is there a second?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
The week next.
Yeah.
And create a date, okay, sounds good. Thank you.
They're doing well.
You're welcome aboard.
Well, yeah, we'll have, you'll receive one more little comment based on this executive session. That'll be, we can't take any action in executive session. We have to come back to the open meeting. If there's no action, you'll get a note of that. And then there'll be a note that says the motion for adjournment in time and except that, that's it. That's all. It's a short little thing. So you're new, just trying to get you up to speed.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, I appreciate it.
Going upstairs?
Now, wait till we get the first letter from you, and we get to check the out.
And Ryan.
Oh, yes, there's so much more too while we're here. We're gonna do that right now.
How many days you have left?
No, we just want to call it in.
Why are you gonna call in? You don't need, it didn't call you.
No. Good. I'm only Cleveland snow. You know that.
I'm not the only one.
No.
So here, let me show you. Why? Because you can argue with me. I do it all the time. It's like you reach it, you're reaching a critical step to.
No. He's gonna make us come back down here anyway, right?
Yeah, for a moment.
Because he doesn't want to block me.
I have to take notes so somebody remember what, oh, it was even about.
If you find her, you get your ladder back?
I do not. Good take now.
No, but I don't run, so we're in. Go ahead.
No, go first.
I'm gonna run you over.
My body's tired today.
My body getting tired every day. Good.
Just real quick. You know, I had a water system. Okay, so, Dan Nelson, had property and we did, our things, I issued, I sent in, but like, probably by it. Thing. And so, you know, violence and for residents, lines by budget. We're getting back in time, like, it's all written down. Did you share any of those things? I don't know. Awesome. So I have basically documented what's going on, action, but issued in the notice violation, all that years. Winter, we had time involved in the air working on the change. So we can that. You know, spring and solve and go away. And anything really positive contact with summer and really positive. So had and so now it hasn't gotten better. I've gotten new worse. And the original penny that elevated something that Sandy could go back and see having survived issue from the and so I've seen videos where there was another one saying you resolved it the first time, the years of people again, and that was before that. So the second time, but this is the first time that started to add see. So you've been easy enough to talk to, but would be, you know, says that he agrees that it was a problem and you want to get it cleaned up, but which is no thing. I tried to set him up with property others, see if there's any scrap value that if anything they said had some kind of value to them, which would offset possibly some of the other cleanup. And we need that with specific items on the pretty small. She sounds like she goes or talks to people and he said like so the materials come from runs them over and leaves them. But it's also object that We need the deals, but that's one of the. Residencies, and basically they say, no, yeah, it's important. That one thing that you have explained, we also have this violation, since we're in, so we had, certain certain, and, that's cute, so I think. So the same thing, it's, play out, basically, they can, so this is, it all ties back to that, that original discussion about changing. Yeah, get back to this, basically, work will then, determine what's the appropriate time, well, I see what's happening. Yeah, they issue says over the property. And if I find if they have they start to maybe it's like the other one which is the other property, the other is there any near yes, the property transfers should be able to, but it's not. And I'm not expert on it, but it's not a certain.
Yeah. It's right. Right.
And then, down. But he's like basically about going away. Or sure, right to go to the airport. No, it's almost like getting down. And I've never been in person. Maybe she about that's when it was first came around, we were talking about that I can get a lot of people who were helping volunteer, really, because there's the other something what's up, so they have to problem. But the other side of it. So the liability that they're opening and not realize the other thing. No, I don't think it's significant, but I don't know what alternatives there are. People like upstairs, some stuff. You kind of some. I saw him probably about jobs. Was acting up the customer. I just I was yeah, and I've had a good experience dealing with him. His name was just jobs. Yeah, there's I think or exchanges or some yeah. And then there's another person who's there's somewhere. Not. And everybody is truly a violation. The changes that we were attempting to. It's still we're still around bad regulations that are not. The president has asked that. The started out also to release to lock them. She's got a new something. You see, that's always. A place not top man. I do something else to do. I know all of that. Hey, you have to be. I think when I asked, there was nothing that was firmly, but let's see, practice of the past. You this problem. It's not. Okay. Yeah, but actually, you're the host here and here. You were things that you don't know how to paper. So we sleep out. Alright, so anyways, that's what it sounds like, right, our process. So we on the interim, we'll do that, which begin putting it up. Down the, those go through. No, so you're only from the occupancy, but you know that on this day, anyway, you know, you keep with us all the time. Regardless, but it's not. What's the like? I saw the challenge. Well, regardless, he's gonna reach out to you and say, I asked you. It was no problem. Well, you know, I don't think you most coming in and talking about it, but very how are you? But there might not be, you're, well, it isn't right. Or say, hey, you're not ready, it's like, you're like, listen, you just. We're getting that on time. Do something. Great, like with these things, you're gonna play. Small, it was really on this thing. What would we be asking for this? I think, well, I think the conference case, they issued. Actually, I think. Years. Oh, it's nice. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was really long. When I came in, it was all and not the stuff that gates over. But I initiated something, but when I started, that's when, or, before we, when the important in terms of by there. Which this is all for trying to solve. I'm aware of that. That was a nightmare. Right, that was a nightmare. Oh, it's just like. People really.
Did they understand? Somebody didn't understand. I'm everything or remember. And I'll have you. All ready.
All right, if you don't search any.
Okay.
Yeah. For now. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean. You're saying not bringing in like final options. Don't do something. Stay for
Show them the letter. And we have it with the dad.
no, serious. That is the way we can. You have eight questions. I think it's. That seems like. This one would not, I'm sure that it would, yeah, that's the animals that you're not. They would keep the property. We'll see what that. Yeah, programs all that. It was. Yeah. It wasn't fun. Small. I really just curious. I say that this is solely. It's I want to talk about $1,500,000. Even stuff. Yeah, we're gonna spend $15,000 and status. There's some money. And so what do you think? So even fine. All right, thank you. No, I think I have, I need to tell them. No, we were trying. I totally understand, it's that. It's like I have this thing. Yeah. Right. Alright, maybe some others. Alright, see you later. Somebody else, it doesn't. I'm sorry. This is pretty good money. No. I know I'm with it, right? This is my first season. He was supposed to be. Yeah, I think you should buy that. So the create is the one person is something. Yeah. Right, so it's not your. It is 9:58. All in favor? Aye. Second. I'll get your work by then, by now. That's why my head was next down there. And the term did already have. Pretty big storm. Well, I really think it's including my loss of my house. He said it was. Are the warrants downstairs? I do. No. Down there on the back. Really late. Very popular. Not really. Hey, I figured out how. That makes the morning. That's my best on. It's okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, everybody. Dog food. I hate these little babies. I like the controversial ones. You do? Even less. Oh, yes, time was not always Oh, it's still live. Yeah, I don't know how to shut it off. Just unplug it. That's what I would do. So it's slow. Or whatever it is. Just so you know that this is
Same old like himself.
this is still live.
Still on, guys. Still on.
Oops.
So,
Wrong.
good night. Good night. Waiting to our audience.
All these all you have to say is, I disagree with my name. Cool.